humans. Like when you get down to it, like they're human in the same way that like technically, Callie is human, but like she's a highly specialized branch species of human. Changelings are less than that. They are human in every single way except for the fact that somewhere in their family line history they've got hag in them, which means that they have the ability to like essentially Pokemon evolve into hag at some point. But that only actually happens if they go through a very specific process. It usually requires a pre-existing hag to force that issue on them. These two women do not want to be hags. Like they're not like, I don't want that. I don't want to be a magical grandma like that.
Understandable.
Kind of thing. Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah. Now there's
Magic grandma.
Well, there's
magic grandma. Magic, huh? Honestly.
Yeah, yeah. Magic, huh? Like there are certain powers, honestly, that come with being a hag, and there is the fact that hags have a very sort of like extreme lifespan, like like an elf kind of like thing. So from a human perspective, there is definitely some silver lining, but then there's the whole rest of the fact that you're a fucking hag, and almost every single hag or every single changeling that does go through that process, they essentially are no longer who they were before becoming a hag. Most of the time, it's a lot like becoming undead. You're not really the same person afterwards, and the longer that goes, the less and less of being the same person are you. So yeah, they don't want to be hags, but they're extraordinarily grateful for you guys for saving them, because they were aware of what was going to go on. They were aware of some of the background stuff that Olgi and Aj were, doing stuff on the sly, and they were effectively being blackmailed into this whole thing. And then eventually, that favor that they owed to the hags for previous benefit that the hags gave them was called on. That's why they were down there. There was a third one, but she unfortunately did get repossessed, and Aj briefly respawned, tried to broker a deal with the party. The party said, nah, fuck that, and just like exploded her all over a wall. So unfortunately, that changeling woman is also just gone. But the other two, they are, like I said, they're basically just regular NPC commoners. I don't have their full stats for exactly what they are, but at the moment you could just assume that they're commoners. And they are
casuals.
They're filthy casuals, but like they are otherwise very grateful and extremely in your debt. You have saved them physically, and like you've saved their souls from all of this, and they are very willing to like do whatever to repay you, which as regular people, there's not very much that they can do other than simply offering up their like service to you of like, hey, yeah, sure, we will come work for you if that's what you want.
Alright, well, I guess that's Cal would be like, always good to have more workers at Casimir.
And
workshop.
Yeah, and one of
now. I'm sorry.
And one of the changeling women, she previously worked at Aj's processing, so she actually has factory and construction experience.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we'll just put you under construction and factory maintenance then.
so yeah, she is already actually, trained in that sort of environment. But either way, though, besides those two guys, although to point out what they said to you is that Olgi and Aj were essentially using the soul gems in two different ways. They were using the soul gems to basically empower the curse effect that is on the city, and they were basically like getting fat essentially off of the like residual emotional energy that was coming from all of that. The curse does not go away with the the curse does go away when you guys unsettled the big soul gem that was in the middle of the room. That was kind of the anchor for the whole thing. So once the bulldozer had been used between the bulldozer and Mr. Servos, and it had been like yanked out, that effectively ended the curse effect. It does not end the curse, however, on people who had critically failed the save and therefore had it as a permanent effect. So like Torque is still permanently affected by curse until that can otherwise be removed.
Jeez.
But it is still easy to remove it. We've got multiple options to do so.
Yeah, we do. Push comes to shove, we'll just use the scroll remove curse.
Yeah, there's a scroll.
That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the curse to be removed so that we could do anything about it.
Yeah, because now you don't have to worry about it being removed and then her having to make the save and then failing it again and just getting it right back. Yeah, so now it cannot be reapplied. So once it is cured permanently. But yeah, so that's been removed from the city. You've got 2 changeling women who are willing to do work for the party and are, from everything that's happened, they basically aren't really welcome here anymore. So they will totally go with you to some other location.
Well, we got
where nobody knows who they are. You basically have a couple of new NPC workers who could be inserted at Casimir into, whatever you guys want them to do. Various roles and whatnot. And then obviously there was the loot that you guys got from the other locations. You picked up some stuff in the Copper Depths. You picked up some stuff in Asha's processing. Olgi herself had 20 gold on her. And then of course there was and then of course there was just a truckload of soul stones, and then of course the bulldozer.
Which we're gonna have to load all of this shit.
So
how many are I've been meaning to ask, how many are full stones? How many are shards? And what the fuck else? There's you said there was 3 different types. There's the full stones that can be turned into soul gems, that could be turned into full automatons with actual sentience, and then there's there's the bigger shards, right? The ones that they make minions or whatever, and then then there's the shards that make mindless, right? Those are the ones. That's the
So you've got the little shards. They apply animation, and you can command them to do stuff, but they only do exactly what they are commanded.
All right.
You got the medium-sized ones, which does all of that, but then also gives it the ability to sort of puzzle out how to achieve what it's been told to do. And then you've got the big one, which is basically gives a baseline sort of intellect to the object. It doesn't have free will. It still has to be, you still tell it what to do. You are automatically the boss, and it is your minion, but it still has the ability to think and do things based off of what it thinks, which may not be exactly what you tell it to do. So, there is that sort of bit. It doesn't really have free will, but it has the ability to have idle thoughts. And it has the ability to just I want to do a thing because I want to. But yeah. And then, of course, you take enough of those, go through the special process, and you can create a disc that can be placed inside of an automaton core that can then generate itself into a full-fledged soul, like Tim and the other automatons have. Now, that whole processing bit, that is a thing that Callie, as far as is concerned, does not have the formula for. So Callie will have to figure out that part. But now Callie has all of the pieces. Callie now has all of the pieces. The way that I wanted to otherwise deal with the soul gems is I was just going to say that you've got a mass of soul gems, quote unquote. You have a mass of soul gems, and then we will kind of by vibes decide how we want to divvy that up into the different chunks. Now, you do specifically have 3 full soul gems that Aj had.
Technically 4,
that
because
you picked up.
I picked up the one that got ejected from that one guy, and I was planning on resetting it with the code.
Oh yeah. That's right. So you do have 4. So you do have 4 soul gems that are the full varieties. So those are already separate from the mass. Those 4, those are individuals. You'll need to keep track of those 4. But otherwise, the soul gem, you have a soul gem resource, which is an amount that we will just kind of vibes fill out, like where it feels like, okay, I think you've taken enough out of this. We're out of soul gems.
Yeah.
True. Okay, so now there is technically like an absolute limit on like what the flying angler can hold, like as far as cargo is concerned.
Guys, we gotta sell all this furniture. We don't need it anymore.
You do not need any of that fucking furniture. All that fucking furniture can just be gone. And I'm gonna say that like
we could
you
theoretically
you can get the soul gems through the door. Like it will take obviously Callie some time to literally shovel this through the door, but you can get the soul gems through the door. The bulldozer is too big. It will not fit.
I figured it was too big for the door. Ain't no way it was gonna fit. Okay, well that's fine. We probably have enough storage. We could probably just have like, I don't know, fucking maybe get the Pathfinder sign or something. Like say we traded some fucking furniture or something.
Yeah, I mean, now as far as the actual like bulldozer itself is concerned, like I don't think it would be too terribly difficult for Callie to set up a second crane on the flying angler to balance it against Mr. Servos. So like you've got Mr. Servos on the front end, you've got the bulldozer on the back. But that's not going to be something that can be done long term. That's going to be like you move it this time to get it over to back to the home base, but after that comes off, that's it. Yeah.
Like sardines, bro.
Yeah, because it's going to be an uncomfortable flight back home, as it is a 10-day journey. Yeah, that is a 10-day journey. But okay, so other than all of that, though, one of the other things that the changeling woman told you guys about was the fact that like Olgi was basically doing smuggling of the lesser soul gems, and she was using the tiny bits of soul gem that had started to collect on the coffins as basically a way to cover the bigger soul gems. Even although by bigger soul gems, I mean she's still mostly just sending out the small shards, but she was using that as a way to fake out when like officials were doing like manifest checks on ships that were leaving, that they wouldn't be able to detect the bigger, much more like valuable contraband if they were just like, oh, this is just covered with that magical dust shit that's everywhere. So that's what that whole thing was. And she basically had like a smuggling situation going on, and what she was doing with that is that she was essentially setting up her fucking resurrection mechanic thing, where she was locating evil spellcasters that would be willing to use the soul gems for more power, the actual literal evil usage of it, and specifically trying to find spellcasters that are changelings, so that she could hand them one of the things, and then if basically this exact situation had happened, she would have been able to like use one of them, that's not at this location, to resurrect. But since you guys broke the damn mechanism, unfortunately, Olgi and her sisters are circling the drain. So that's not going to work anymore. But that's what she was doing, though, is that she was basically sending these out to evil spellcasters, or at least morally questionable spellcasters who may or may not also be changelings that she could then use her resurrection gimmick with. So that's what was going on that side of stuff. What was the other thing? Oh, after the party, has finished up with
Oh,
everything,
gosh.
and you guys have like started like moving all of this shit out of the mine, which, to remind everybody, you literally have 1 mile's worth of range for the teleport system. So while you guys are like trying to like load up all of this shit and everything, and obviously the changeling girls are like, while you guys are handling the soul gems, we are going to be over there so that we cannot accidentally touch any of them, just to be on the safe side.
True.
Basically,
Go there, yeah.
basically, Commander Vine, the big
Oh no.
plate mail wearing dude, he shows up with, on horseback with like some of the other guys. There's, Officer Edisk there with him, but also riding on
Oh no.
a horse with him. You've got the actual fucking Jarl himself, Jarl Forney, is riding up.
Oh,
And
no.
so like they approach the flying angler as you guys are like working on loading up all of the spoils and everything and moving stuff to the teleportation circle.
Getting all the chairs out.
And yeah, and so like they come up, where you guys are at, and Commander Vine rides forward first, and he, gives you guys like a casual like hand like sign like, hey, how you doing? We're not here at the moment for fighting, we're not here for combat.
Yes.
But he gives you guys the hand sign, and it's like, obviously we cannot help but notice what has happened here.
Yeah.
This is an unusual situation, and
Quite the unusual
well,
situation.
my Jarl, he kind of like, nods his head back a little bit where Jarl Forney and Edisk are both still on horseback with the other officers, the other soldiers, a little bit behind him, and he just kind of nods his head back. He's like, my Jarl has asked for me to come here and to speak with you Pathfinders before you what is the saying in the Empire, cut and run. He had some questions that he wished to ask you specifically.
Yes.
I want to stress that we are not here for violence. This is not a confrontation.
All right.
But you will have to forgive us. You are clearly dangerous people, so we have not come unprepared for a fight, should it break into that. But again, I wish to stress that that is not what we are here for. Jarl Forney merely wishes to ask you some questions. And
all right. Ask away, I guess. I suppose.
all right, well, Commander Vine turns back and waves, and Jarl Forney rides up. Jarl Forney, for reminder, he is a dude who's in his 60s or 70s. He's probably late 60s, early 70s. Human man with a long beard. He's well dressed, but these are the clothing that he's wearing would be good robes and whatnot for a wizard, because he is a wizard. He is a wizard. And as he does come up, you guys can see that on the back of his horse, behind him as he's pulling up, there is a fat tabby cat.
Oh no!
Just sitting behind the saddle.
I know Tim
and
isn't
it
here,
looks,
but Callie
yeah,
looks,
looks
gives an
around
evil-
him as he pulls up, and yeah, it has 3 eyes.
Callie, I know Tim's not here, but Callie just gives an evil look at Tim, just nah.
But yeah,
Retro.
so Jarl Forney rides forward to address the party,
She also like
and
shelters Dr. Trevor's be like, better not eat my dog.
yeah, like Dr. Trimmer is like his little hand tail like comes up where he does like the like 2 fingers at his eyes and then points them at the cat, and then he like switches to 3 fingers to like 3 fingers back at it. Like, but yeah, Jarl Forney rides up next to Commander Vine to address the party, and first and foremost, he says that he doesn't really have all of the details at the moment, but as far as he's concerned, you have done his city and Uxland, as a whole, a great service. And he says that he understands that you are Pathfinders, and obviously that is an imperial institution and whatnot, but you're not really like government sanctioned. Like you're not like attached to the government of the empire, that kind of like thing. And so he does wish to extend to you just simply his personal thanks as the leader here in Showbury for what you have done for his town, and he is very sure that once all of the details have been disseminated and passed on, that the High King of Uxland will also be similarly glad that you guys did something good for Showbury and Uxland. Hags are no joke. They are some fucking bitches, and they would rather them not be here.
Yeah, they were
Forney.
bitchy.
Yeah, Forney goes on to explain that he says that he was not like 100% sure that they were dealing with hags, but Officer Edisk had passed on information to Commander Vine. Commander Vine had passed that information on to Forney, that the Pathfinders, as indicated by like Oda's team, had essentially confirmed that they were dealing with hags. And he he says that he needs to offer some apologies to the Imperials who do call this place home, for not placing as much like focus on the threat that the hags were doing to them in the distant outskirts. He did them a disservice. That is on his honor not good, and he will make reparations for that. But he had become suspicious. There were things that were going on with Aj's processing, and he legitimately thought that the Empire was trying to fuck them over. And so that's why he was investigating and had been paying people off for information, as well as sending out his familiar to do reconnaissance and whatnot. So that's when he had come to the conclusion that maybe the Empire was also getting fucked over by a third party. And then that's when you guys showed up. Then you guys showed up and like took care of things in a much more like direct and quick fashion than he would have done. So again, you have done well, but it reflects poorly upon him. And again, that's his honor, that's his thing, and he must apologize for that. So that is what he is here for. He wishes to offer an apology that, as the ruler and leader here, that his advanced age and biases had kind of like stymied a proper response to what was going on here. And of course, obviously, Olgi had been part of this whole thing for decades. Like, she was already established in the halls of rest when Forney was a kid. So clearly this is a thing that a lot of people who are in charge kind of dropped the ball on, and were willing to look the other way on.
Yeah. Well, that was
But
kind of part of the
yeah.
reason we didn't bring it up with you in the first place. That we chose to act directly on the matter because we weren't
That
sure
is-
how much you and the Jarl knew about and we didn't want public outrage as well. So
That is understandable, and I can only thank you for your tact in this situation. Since I find that it is my honor that has failed in this situation, I can only ask of you one thing, and that is that you perhaps keep this failure of mine to yourselves, at least for now. Allow me the opportunity to clean up the remainder of this mess and to make sure that my city and my people are well handled and that everyone is handled equally. And like, he looks back over at Edesk when he says that, and Edesk gives him like a polite nod. And he turns back to the party and he says, in recompense for my failure here, I would like to offer you a well, it's not really a bribe, but I would like to offer you some items from my repository, things which I believe that you as active adventurers can put to more use. They've just been gathering dust in my treasure rooms, and, well, I think it would be better to have them in the hands of younger people that are active and are more aware of what is going on than I have been these past few weeks. It is not much, but hopefully it is something that you will find useful in your travels. I have already given some thoughts to the pathfinders that arrived before you, and have passed on some other items unto them, but these I present to you to use how you see fit. And Forney holds out his hands and does some quick spell gestures and basically summons forth a little treasure chest. Although little is a little is doing a lot of work here. He summons forth a chest that is 6 feet long, although it's only 2 feet wide. It's 6 feet long, but 2 feet wide, and it's got a dome shape to it.
Callie would fit in this chest.
Yeah. Callie could almost get into this thing like a fucking coffin. But he just summons that from the beyond, and opens it up, and inside of it there are a couple of staves. There is a thing that looks like a gun, although it is not a gun, but it has a it's got a pistol grip, and it's got a thing that looks kind of like a barrel on it, but it is clearly not a projectile weapon. But there's a couple of staffs. There is something with a pistol grip. There is a fucking piece of armor that is, or excuse me, a set of armor that is in there that is obviously built for a medium-sized humanoid that has several metal plates that go around the torso that look kind of like ribs, vaguely. And then there are a couple of rune stones that are also in there. One of which has the little like marcation on it that like Callie can easily see, like that is an armor property rune, and the other one is a weapon property rune. But yeah, he presents this chest to the party like, hey, here's some stuff as a like, I'm sorry for like being a fucking asleep at the wheel while shit was going on in my town. Please don't like rat me out to the higher ups. So yeah. Anyways, he gives you this stuff, and the runes there, Callie can see that you've got a portable rune, which is an armor property that you can slap onto a armor, and it will do the same thing as that bone plate that you guys found, where it turns the armor into a smaller object, like a ring or a bracelet or a bracer or something that you then can just activate, and it will unfold and put itself back on you. So, you can Tony Stark it, essentially.
Hell yeah.
The weapon rune is the Grievous rune, and that just makes whatever weapon you have it attached to more badass, and it changes what it does depending on the weapon.
Okay.
So those are your two runes.
Oh.
The armor is called the Arachnid Harness, and it is the greater version. It gives you resistance to poison, and it also has activatable, extendable spider legs. Like think iron, think the Iron Spider armor from like Spider-Man, where it just throws out additional legs and gives you a climb speed.
Ooh, that'd be really good.
Dr. Cali Octopus.
Yep.
Doctor.
Cal.
Yes. We're making
Yeah.
Dr. Cali
Yeah.
Octopus. Yeah.
Dr. Callie Octopus.
My name is Otto Octavio.
The
God
knot gun. The knot gun is actually a wand, but it is a special wand. It is a wand of crackling lightning, and it is set at 4th level. So basically, with this knot gun, you can point it like a gun, and you can fire 2 lightning bolts at the same time in the same direction right next to each other. It is a double-barreled lightning.
It's the Doom Super Shotgun, but with lightning.
Yeah, it's the Doom Super Shotgun, but with lightning. And in addition to the double-barrel lightning, the other fun thing about this one is that anybody who you hit with it is so shocked, like even if they survive the damage, they're so shocked that they're off guard for the next round.
Gimme.
Yeah.
Give me.
Yeah.
I've been a good boy. Give me.
Yes.
The two staves that you got is a staff of fluid form, which is like, hey, would you like to transform into an animal of some sort? That's what the staff of fluid form does. It gives you pest form, which is you turn into a small, like pest animal, like a rat or a mosquito or whatever.
Callie turns into
it's
a
got-
rat so she can experience
it's-
Dr. Tremors.
Yeah. So there's that. It also gives you animal form, which is, like dogs and cats and whatever. It gives you insects, which is giant versions of insects that you can transform into, and then it gives you dinosaur form. So if you want to be a Tyrannosaurus, you can be.
Yes. Give me.
This sounds like this is all Callie's alley.
This is 100%
Now-
up my alley, bro. I already got the other animal.
Now
stuff,
I had to look up the staff rules here to check with this. Can Callie actually do the cast a spell action?
I mean, she's got she's I mean, with her Fey abilities, she can cast an innate spell like per day.
Then okay, then
So-
that means that she can use it, because that is one of the requirements. Is you have to be able to cast a spell point blank to be able to like actually use the staff. Okay, so there's that one. The other one is a staff of summoning, which gives you the ability to summon animals, summon elementals,
Staff? I'll take
up
that
to-
too, I guess.
and that one can summon those up to like level 3 creatures, I believe. So it can summon animals, it can summon elementals, it can create
Shadow
mist,
Feather,
like
staff.
so you can do the whole big smoke cloud of concealment. So you can just summon a cloud at your location, and it also gives you the cantrip Tanglevine cast at 4th level.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'll take that actually. Just cast
So,
some
yeah,
fucking
you've got-
cantrips now.
Yeah, so you've got a staff that comes with some spells that are all summoning based, as well as like divine
So I'm
tangle
guessing
one,
that's
which
the,
basically allows you to like summon plants.
I'm guessing that's the greater one, right?
Yes, it is the greater one. The fluid form one, the staff of fluid form, is also the greater version. The armor is called the arachnid harness. It is also the greater version.
Okay. I guess I'll just
The-
take all these items.
Yeah, the wand is called the wand of crackling lightning. It is the 4th
Wand.
level version.
Staff of
Wand of crackling lightning.
Staff of fluid form.
And then the 2 runes, as stated, are portable, that is the armor rune, and grievous, that is the weapon rune.
Grievous and armor. Okay.
Yep. So, with not bribe given, Forney tells the party, like, you guys are welcome in Showbury whenever you wish to return, should you wish to return.
I will return.
hopefully-
I'm thinking of opening up a shop here, maybe. I don't know.
Well, they're very open to continuing prosperous trade deals with the Empire. Although they're going to have to figure out something about the Halls of Rest, like in the meantime. They'll probably, well, the Dawnflower congregation is at the Spire is going to want to do like a deep cleansing of the place to make sure that there are no undead that aren't supposed to be there. Make sure that the only Draugr are the regular, Draugr that meet the requirements that they have.
Probably a good idea.
You probably already said this. Was it the greater arachnid harness or just the regular arachnid harness? I forgot if you said that.
Greater.
Okay. I'm just making
Yep.
sure I put this in my inventory.
Yep. It is the 9th level greater arachnid harness.
So much shit. in my
What was the
inventory.
level of the crackling lightning?
The Wand of Crackling Lightning is a level 10 item, but the spell is a 4th level spell.
So I could
Gotta
still
figure
technically
out
use
what
it.
to do with the halls
Yes.
of rest.
Well, essentially what they're going to do after the Dawnflower congregation has like cleared it out of any lingering, Draugr that are pretending to be regular Draugr.
I am Draugr.
that-
I am Draugr.
Yeah, they're going to do a full sweep of the entire city. But
It's gonna be that scene in
after
I,
that's
Robot
done-
where he goes into the factory with all the robots and he starts shooting the robots trying to find the one that's sentient.
trying to find the one.
Yeah, they're trying to find the one Draugr who's not an actual Draugr.
But yeah, like after they're done with that, which will probably take like a couple of weeks. But once they're done with that, they will need to get a new actual legit priest from the Orcus congregation to like take up residence and like start doing, Hall of Rest stuff, which means they'll probably either send a request over to the capital or they'll send a request over to Oakumsea to be like, hey, do you have a priest of sufficient ability who can take over here at this location? So they'll do that, but they'll do that only after they've cleared out everything else, and then whoever comes in will probably have to go through a rigorous vetting
I
to
do
be like,
have,
hey, you're not a hacker.
Yeah, you're not a. You did say I have to meet like the king of Uxland, right? To like, or something like, or like the pope or something like that, in order to get like the recipe for like holy water or whatever, or was it?
No, you could get that if you went to the Dawn Castle location in the capital, which means you would have to talk with like the highest level clerics in Uxland if you wanted to do that. So if Callie wanted to do like a little quick side quest, it would take like 3 days to fly the boat there and then like get that from them and then fly back.
I mean, getting holy water and maybe like the fucking rune that lets you do extra damage to spirits might be a good idea, but holy water
could
would be
be
a very good idea because we keep fighting fucking spirits and shit. That seems to be keep coming up.
It will come up, and as a matter of fact, it will come up even more and more as we enter into the in-game situation, which is something that I do need to talk to the party about. But as far as this is concerned, you guys are given,
I got
like,
a spell
hey,
that can create water, and then Callie could probably bless it.
I
don't think Callie can't bless it. Callie can't bless it. Callie can set it up to be holy water.
Yeah, no, there ain't no way. She'd have
the actual blessing would have to come from Laria. Laria is the only one who meets that requirement.
I create water and bless it.
Yeah, you're just like, boom, water.
Honestly,
by the way,
would be a good
bless.
idea, actually, yeah.
But yeah, so anyways, between Laria and Callie, you guys can make it as soon as like Callie knows the preparations and all that sort of jazz. At which point Callie can weaponize it.
Yeah, that's always a question, isn't it? How fast is Callie gonna weaponize this new thing?
So, essentially, the Showberry arc and technically the Uxland arc is completed. The party has gathered all of this sort of stuff. They've got 2 new NPCs, which will be given names here shortly for exactly what they are. But they can work at Casimir. One of them explicitly already has like training in a like workshop setting.
We'll turn the other one into a secretary. I don't know. We got to use that typewriter.
Yeah,
or
something.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Callie didn't steal that fucking swivel chair for nothing.
Yeah.
So,
my personal secretary now.
Yeah. So either way,
and then Tim is sitting there like, "What am I supposed to do now?" And I thought I was your personal secretary, and I'm just like, "Well, no, you're the workers representative for all of the automatons I'm gonna create." He's the worker rep, bro. If they have a problem, they have to go to him first.
Well, here's the thing, Tim. You're now in charge of the union.
Pretty much.
The automaton union. Yeah.
Okay. So the thing that I do, however, want to talk to you guys. So out of character stuff, is I kind of want to talk about in game because that's effectively what we are at the very, very tip of. Here's some slight rattling here as I pull out medication because the hives are hitting. But
oh no,
I'll be okay. Anyway, Okay, so we're entering into the end game part of
Oh damn.
this thing, as we're right on the edge of 10th level, which is clearly obviously the halfway point on the level scale. It has always been kind of my intention to take this game to 20th level, and like I would like to do so, but and I have options to do this. However, I think it needs to be noted that like the main big antagonists that you guys have had interactions with, who's well established in the narrative and all that sort of stuff, is the dragon Soul Riot. And Soul Riot, this is not not really a spoiler or anything like that, but Soul Riot is a green dragon, which with the update is now called a horned dragon. And he is the like big elder version of, which is a base level of 17 as far as like what character kind of monster level he is. So he's 17. And the way that the XP system works in Pathfinder is you guys have to be within 4 levels of that for it to even count in any sort of way. And so that means that basically once the party hits 13th level, you are in range of being able to take him in a fight. It would still be devastating to the party, and if he had anybody helping him, the party is still toast even at level 13. So that's
what cost?
yeah. So that's the that is the that basically that's where that is. So like I can boost his level in various like manners that will like keep him to be a threat all the way to like level 20. That's an entirely possible thing to do. But I'm also kind of debating, what if I just don't do that? And once you guys do get to level 13 and therefore enter into the scale where you could face him on the battlefield, that's where we hit the actual real end game. So what I'm thinking is, instead of maybe going to 20th level, we actually go to about 15th. And then that way you guys get like the full run of Gambit of powers and abilities, you know, that Pathfinder characters get as they level up. Soul Riot himself is still a powerful foe on the battlefield, so that he will still really feel like a boss monster when he actually, you know, throws down with the party. And in between now and 15th level, we just tie up the last little bits and pieces of this. The other option, and this is honestly the one that I would rather not do, although it is something we can, is I bring in some other new, bigger antagonists, you know, like behind him, you know, think like season 3 of G.I. Joe, where they had to introduce fucking like the Serpent King because Cobra Commander was starting to get stale.
Or bigger
you know,
Jaws.
like,
A bigger,
yeah, or just a bigger
guy.
Jaws, like a bigger dragon, you know, or something like that. Essentially, the thing is that like Soul Riot he is a big bad dude who's got like big grand plans that affect the world. So he is that kind of like scale level, and if we go beyond him, we have to start getting into the other layers of reality. You know, like that's where we start bringing in like straight up named devils and demons and things like that, like people who have like their fucking thumb on like the workings of the multiverse kind of shit, which again totally we can do, and that is some very interesting content, but at the same time I kind of don't really want to do that. So I wanted to ask you guys, how do you feel about maybe running things to 15th or 16th level as opposed to the full 20, so that we can face off with Soul Riot, so that Soul Riot still feels very much like the boss creature that he is supposed to be, and tie up the other, you know, sort of like loose ends and put a bow on the narrative of this party. and then we obviously, of course, that leaves open loads of things for the next campaign. But I wanted to ask you guys, like, how do you feel about that? About the like not going all the way to 20, just running it to like I said, maybe 15 or 16, so that the guy who has been introduced since the beginning as like the big bad remains the big bad.
I'm fine.
I'm fine with 15.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with
I'm fine with
15.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with 15.
It feels like a natural progression.
Yeah,
15,
okay, good.
15,
Yeah, because that's really what I wanted. Is I wanted something that felt like a natural progression, that had a good like ending point, and was not didn't feel like I had to like, keep pulling shit out of the wings in order to like keep things going because we're aiming for some end number. Okay, that's good. So I just wanted to ask you guys about that particular thing. Obviously, there's a lot of shit that can happen in between where we are right now and 15th level. We are talking 6 whole levels beyond, where we are currently sitting at. So, that aside, the next thing that the party is going to be doing, as we have spoken about before, is essentially heading into Umber's domain to meet up with the big snake lady, and do big snake lady related quests. Yeah, that's what we're calling it these days. I mean, some of these quests are going to look a little bit different for certain people, but yeah,
yeah.
that is the next part, is dealing with Umber. Now, Umber specifically, like her dealio, has 2 branches to it, and that is basically one. She wants to do something about the Lamia curse that is keeping Lamia from being able to like interact with each other for long enough to establish some sort of like culture and community and things like that. So she's trying to do things to end that curse, which will have some like a little bit of tendrils that reach out into like the extra dimensional divine territory, because it is a god curse kind of like thing.
And we
so
kind of did brush up against that with the whole Orcus stuff.
Yeah, there's a little bit here with Orcus. There was a little bit way back in Laria, so there's been a little bit of groundwork that's pushed towards that, and that's fine. That's good. But like that's one half of it. The other half of it, the thing that I think actually is the more relevant and important thing, honestly, like she would like the curse to be lifted. Like that's her ultimate goal. She would like that. But like if that just ends up being too big of a task that like to ask for, well then, you do what you can. The other thing that I think is more relevant, and again keeps things very on sort of like on the ground, is the fact that Umber's domain is not officially recognized as like a independent like country and that sort of thing. She's technically squatting on land that is claimed, that the ownership is claimed by a whole other country. Like they don't like that. Like as far as they're concerned, Umber is a enemy of the state. They want her dead, and they want everybody associated with her dead and gone and everything. So like Umber wants legitimacy as a ruler of her own unique set of people, which she does have. Like she basically has everything to make a country except for legal recognition by other countries. And some other countries have floated the idea that they're like, well, if other people are willing to accept you as a leader in your own country, then we will do the same. So essentially she's just got to get that last little push. And I think that is the more important part of that particular aspect of dealing with Umber and Umber's arc, is the establishing her legitimacy on the world stage as like a power player amongst leadership sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, she can argue that a lot better if she has like a like group of powerful Pathfinder adventurers who are willing to like work with her and do like some advanced diplomacy in various directions, applied violence
All part of
and
the
other
plan.
things.
All part of the plan.
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
All part of Callie's
but-
plan for world domination.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And you know
like,
what?
you know,
Umber is totally okay with Callie being the leader of the world. She doesn't want to rule the world. She just wants to rule her one like little spot and not have other people like tell her she's not the ruler of that one little spot.
anyway, and
But,
she would even go as order for her girlfriend to go make that happen.
I mean, yeah, really. So but basically that's what Umber's stuff is. So I want to let you guys know that that's essentially the two flavors of like quest and things that will be associated with that is the establishing legitimacy on the world stage for Umber and Umber's domain, as well as also looking for information, clues, solutions to the Lamia curse. I'm putting the Lamia curse though as like the back burner thing, because while that's very important to Umber and the other Lamias in general, while that's a nice thing to have, it is one of those things that even Umber has acquiesced to the point of like that might just simply be a goal that is unreachable. It might just simply be beyond what we can do as mortals. Kind of like
that'd be like an epic campaign, maybe something, I don't know, or
maybe
like,
you know what that could be something that also goes on to like into campaign 2, as being kind of a mover and shaker in there. I have recently been looking up Lamia as a like player option, to like what are ways that you can have something that is very Lamia like as a like player character. So that might be something that gets brought in.
I mean, there's also that like thing you mentioned about like Umber possibly being like which would be really funny in hindsight or like retrospect, that like them being like the chosen one, or like basically like Umber can digivolve into like a Sphinx, and like they like run in the stat block, or like kind of like unite the Lamia around them, which would be funny because
I mean it would be kind of funny, because like the way the general way that the Lamia work is that the curse basically keeps them from like working with each other, and they are obligate carnivore monsters that generally don't get along for very understandable reasons with regular people long enough to like learn how to act, like they all lack socialization. And then there's the matriarchs, which is what Umber is. Umber is a matriarch level Lamia who is also a hybrid Medusa. But like she is a matriarch, which means she suppresses that part of the curse, the whole like can't work together kind of thing. So she can force other Lamia that are physically near her to like tap down on their bullshit and be able to work together. But but that doesn't actually control their minds. It just simply turns off the part of the curse that makes them fight. They can still get angry and fight with each other. They're not forced to by the curse. And she's made some movement in that direction, but like if she could, like you said, digivolve into like the next stage beyond matriarch, then maybe she could be able to actually establish something that leads ultimately to the clearing of the curse.
What was that one called again? It had like a certain name. I don't remember.
Uh, off the top of my head, I don't remember. I do know that they have a weird design crossover with the Merilith. Like they just look very similar. But I don't think Merilith is the right thing. I think I might be misremembering that.
I just remember looking it up or like reading about it. I think you mentioned it to me actually, like that there is like technically a third stage that's like kind of like divine ordained kind of thing. Like
yeah, and it is more Sphinx like. Like they go from snake back half to like cat back half, kind of thing. That, like maybe you could evolves, whatever you want to fucking call it, into the next form that allows her to then, by force, break the curse, kind of thing, as opposed to like lifting. So yeah, that might become a thing that's just like a nugget for like campaign number 2, maybe. I don't know, but either way, I just wanted to like make sure that we were on the same page. That that's where we're going after this. Is like party leaves Uxlan, returns back to home base. We determine what is going on at home base, because by the time you guys get back, it will have been at least 25 days, practically a month.
Damn, bro, yeah. Well, I mean, wouldn't it be a
So-
little bit longer if we tried to go get the Croctic recipe for holy water?
Well, yeah, if you do go get the craft recipe, then by the time you get back to base, it will have been straight up a whole last month. But which you could do. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't do it. There's no reason why you cannot just simply fly over to
Fly to
the capital, the fly to the capital of Kingsholm, land near the Dawn Castle, and be like, "Hey, yo, we heard that you guys have got the recipe.
Hey, yo,
Will you
teach
give
me
that
how
to us?" And they
bless
probably
water, please.
and they'd be like, "Hey, do you need this blessed water to like burn undead from the world?" And Callie be like, "Hey, yo, yes, I am." And they'd be like, "Sure, here's the recipe. Go
Hey, yo,
forth
we
and
hate
burn all them damn undead."
Hey, yo, we hate undead too, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, so that is a minor thing that just adds a little bit of time to the amount that you guys would ultimately be gone. So it would be you guys travel back to town. You probably will end up spending at least a little bit of time in town. Now, as far as that's concerned, let's assume that you guys do go to King's Home to pick up that recipe and then travel back. So a month pass. That means that by the time you get back to Casimir, it will be like at the end of the first week of February. And it is still obviously deep winter time. So the party could, if they wanted to, just simply take the rest of the winter off as like downtime to be there at your base camp and, figure out how things are developing there. And then once like the spring thaw has started, that's when the party then travels, starts in the Umber's direction.
Winter
question.
vacation.
About the curse that June got and also Torque has. Did that get addressed yet, or?
Well, we do know that nobody can get recursed ever since the big soul gem got ripped out. That was the cornerstone that everything was based off as far as that effect. So it doesn't end for the people who had it permanent, like Torque, but it does mean that Torque can't recatch it. So now it's just simply, we just got to figure out what method do we want to go by removal. We have a scroll that is capable of doing that, and we have a couple of spellcasters that are available that have the spell or can get the spell. Like technically, Laria, if she spent the time, she could ask the Cosmos to be like, "Hey, can I have this spell at this level?" Cosmos is like, "Yo, sure, Mushroom Lady," and then she can just remove it. So, like, we have a couple of different options for getting rid of that. The thing on June is June's actually got a disease. Yeah, June got
Don't touch me.
June's curse is literally a disease. Let me tell you what it is.
Oh no.
Yeah, refresh your memory.
Okay, let me bring up Olgi's.
Is
Let me
this?
bring up Olgi's
Are humans
thing.
supposed to be doing
I think you said it's gonna be slowly killing me over the next couple days.
Yes.
Ugh.
So like this first day, you don't even feel anything wrong.
Oh gosh.
Let's see here. So this. All right. Okay, yeah. So this takes a day before the effect actually happens. So as like the day is going by and you guys have like your meeting with Forney, you finish up the like, okay, we've moved the soul gems out of the chamber and now we've got them here, and now Callie is just shoveling them, like literally with a shovel, is like shoveling them through the door. And then, is like, after that's done, okay, so now we're going to set up a winch on the back of the boat so that we can lift the bulldozer and take it with us. And then, of course, the debate back and forth on whether or not you're going to get that recipe from the Dawn Castle in the capital city. Towards the end of the day, that's when like June starts to finally like really feel the effects. And what it is June has the Abyssal Plague.
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
Oh, no.
Abyssal Plague. Target, in this case, Rosie, cannot recover from the drained condition that is caused by the plague until the disease is otherwise cured. Stage 1, which begins tomorrow, you will become drained 1. The day after that, it increases to drained 2. And it continues to go from there. Every day, your drained condition gets worse. Until it hits like 5, at which point like you basically make a saving throw with all of the cumulative negatives of the drained condition, and if you fail that saving throw, you die. And when you die, it also like puts like hell stink on you. So irregardless of what your actual like alignment is, you are considered to be, or your soul is considered to be, both chaotic and unholy, which means it gets sent to the abyss.
Oh, yeah, that's a big middle finger to Rosie.
Yeah, that's a huge middle finger. So you do want to get that scrubbed off
That's the only way
ASAP.
to get rid of it is to use the spell to remove it.
Yes, you will need, again, the scroll can do this, or Laria can do this, or Boer can do this, if you give Boer the time to prep for it. Wait, hold on, is it Boer or is it Saffron? No, it's Saffron. Saffron can do it if you give Saffron Saffron would need at least to wait till the beginning of daily preparations tomorrow to be able to change out her spells.
Mm-hmm.
Then she could do it. Same thing with Laria. Laria could change out her spells with daily preparations tomorrow and then do it. So you've got 2 targets, 1 June, 1 Tort, that need to be cured of an affliction. You've got 1 scroll that can take care of 1 target, and then you've got a spellcaster who can take care of the other target the next day.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, June's just going to feel kind of shitty like in the morning, but will eventually get like that scrubbed off of her one way or the other. Torque will finally be able to get some fucking sleep. She's going to be out cold for like an extra day, essentially, from the fatigue.
They're on like the airship, right?
Yeah, like at this point,
And-
she's so tired she's fallen asleep in her super addictive ultra caffeine coffee.
I was gonna say, well, that entire time, Laria has to stay inside while they're on the ship, because she still has the ocular curse.
Oh yeah, and Laria's curse is going on so much that she has to stay inside of the building, so she literally doesn't get blown away.
Yes.
Fucking
I would
dude.
say for shits and giggles, Seamus just has Laria just kind of like in his third hand, just holding on to her.
Oh my
She's
god!
she's just peeking out from under his cloak.
He's just holding on to the mushroom lady, like a fucking balloon.
What the
Meanwhile, Cowie's on
But-
the fucking bridge, fucking freezing to death outside, fucking piloting the ship again.
Okay, so then with all of that said and done, whoever has the scroll on their like list, just take that off of your list. And
right?
Ooh, alrighty, I
I-
had it. I'll get rid of it.
yeah. Also, I don't know if it got taken care of the other day, but obviously after dealing with Aj, before y'all went in to deal with Olgi, a lot of the salt scrub also had to be used in order to get items recovered.
Mhm.
So if you have that on your list, just cut the amount of it in half.
already did
However many you
that.
had.
I already
Okay,
did that.
cool. I didn't remember if that paperwork had been done, but okay. So then that just means that the next day, after everything is free and clear here at Showbury, the party can just pull stakes and float off in their fucking Zeppelin. Between the scroll and between Laria, June's abyssal plague is cleared up, and Torque's curse is cleared up. Torque is still fatigued one after a full night's rest, so she's still like tired. She just has to rest her way through that. The next day she'll be back up to normal. She is also when you guys do like get her cleared up off the curse and whatnot, which she continues to tell you guys, like right up to the thing, is like, I trust you, I know that you, like, I believe you and everything, but like I don't feel, I'm just tired, man. Like I'm okay. And then like you hit her with the thing, and then she's like, I am tired. Oh, ooh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Ooh, I didn't.
Well, why do you
Ugh.
sound like that? I'm scared.
didn't
She's
and,
talking about
she,
you.
and
Speaking of
she,
being
yeah,
scared,
and she just kind of like tiredly looks
Shut
over
up!
at. She just tiredly looks over at Rosie, and she's like, I'm sorry. I acted like a fucking fool back there. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It was just the curse.
I mean, yeah, but like everything that I did, like I could explain it, but it was, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, wow, I crossed some lines that I never would have thought that I would have crossed, and like that was just the smallest of nudge to like really do that.
Dr. Tremors walks in and throws a snowball at Torque and then leaves.
Okay, I kind of deserve that. I will get. See how you like getting dangled over the edge. Which, hey, actually, you know what? Before we like
Do I have to
Before
do
we
a craft check?
duck for piloting the boat,
Yeah.
you will need a craft check for piloting.
Oh, okay.
But Torque
Oh,
does
damn,
say though
that's
that
a 2! What the fuck? Dude, I rolled a 2. Are you serious right now?
well, that's still good enough for the basic maneuvering though.
I mean, Callie's frozen at the wheel, bro. She's gonna look like one of those fucking those people in the fucking Batman and Robin movie.
But otherwise though, while the party is out there, like they're waiting for the fucking envelope to inflate and everything. Torque is like, hey, I gotta go to the other party real quick. I gotta apologize for some shit. I'll be right back. And then like she like scampers over to where the other party is, and like you guys like see her like, you know, take Boer to the side real quick, and like they have some like passed around words, and like Boer gets real wide eyed and is like, "Oh," and then Torque is just like does like the bow of like, I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, Callie nudges Rusi.
What's up, sis?
So, brother, I was thinking.
You do that.
I do
a lot of
thinking
that, actually.
A lot, yeah, I do be thinking a lot, and it is freaking cold. It is really cold. Hold on, let me put on that scarf. And she puts on the scarf, and it's just suddenly, she's just like, oh no, this is too hot. So, brother, I was thinking, you and one of those tieflings, or was it, no, changelings, sorry, one of you and those changelings, what was that about?
What was what about? and you see him get like shifty eyed as he's like, what was what about?
It's
No, I don't know, sis. What are you talking about?
Why are you getting all defensive?
You're the one who's coming at me, asking me questions about stuff.
I wonder how that would work out.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Actually, like, for real? Like, let's quit being coy about this, Callie. What do you mean? What about the changeling? What about the changeling? Wait, are you trying to imply that like me and like one of the?
I'm saying you should. I'm saying you should give it a chance. Is what I'm saying. I'm implying.
Okay.
That's.
I mean, I guess. You know what? This is awkward, but I am going to go into their names. Well, I'll do that. If you need any help with driving the ship or anything, let me just give me a holler. And then he just kind of like awkwardly shuffles away from the pilot station and like sort of saunters over to the other side of the ship where the changeling girls are like on the deck. They're at the railing because they've never flown before. So this is wildly unusual and different for them. And he just kind of like walks over and is just like, "So, ladies, how do you feel about being on a boat for the first time that flies in the air?"
Everyone hears an audible face palm from Callie at the helm.
Clank. Gauntlet hits faceplate. Clank.
Metal sound effect.
Yeah. So let me move us to the large Uxling map. Let me find the right one. I believe this is the correct one. Yeah, I believe this is the correct one. Let's move over here to the large Uxling map. So I got. Okay, and then there's the slightly larger Uxland map that also points back to where the home base is at. Okay. All right, so yeah, this one here, on this map here, you guys are currently in Showbury, and the place you need to go is Kingston, the capital city. Amster here is where the actual like portal that goes back to the Empire's capital. That's where that's located at.
Wait a minute.
But you guys would need to.
Something. We never found out why there was a clown running away from Strawberry. We never found out what the fuck that was about.
I tried to ignore that completely.
Bro, we never found out what the fuck that was about.
Well,
about that.
Technically speaking, you could ask before you go, but like once the party leaves Showbury, you're not really going to get the chance.
Yeah, no.
We decided not to fuck with that, remember?
Yeah, no, yeah. I
The
thought
crown
you
will
were-
return in Avengers Endgame.
Yeah. So yeah. So let's see here. Now the real question is, did I set up measurements? Yes, I did. I did set up measurements correctly. Okay. So yeah, it's like 125 miles to Keystone.
Well, we decided to take a detour because we wanted to get the recipe for holy water.
Yeah, well, that is in Keystone.
Yeah.
So you got to go 125 miles.
Well, I was just
to
telling
do there.
Danger that. That's what we were doing. Because we keep spirits keep coming up, and I thought it'd just be a good idea for us to get the recipe, the crafting recipe for holy water, so that we can craft it at base.
Yeah. So okay. So you guys get moving. In the direction of Keystone in order to pick up those recipes, and for about an hour or so of the initial flight, you guys are actually accompanied in the air by Oda's party, as Boer has the flying food cart, and they're all just sitting there on the food cart while Boer is just very casually pedaling to keep up with the boat. And has prepared a big ass pot of noodles and broth with bits of meat and everything in it. So just fucking delicious udon noodles, which there's more than enough to share with everybody. So they're just next to your boat, cruising along, sharing noodles with you guys, so that you can continue to sort of chit chatter and whatnot. But they're going to have to break off after about an hour because they're aiming for Amster, because they're hitting the portal to go back to the main capital. However, Oda does say that she's been meaning to visit her Aunt Heather anyways, so
That's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna be where are you thinking of going next?
Open to visitors.
Well, this was our only active mission at the moment. Obviously, of course, when we get back to Kinley, they may have something that's come up that they would like us to handle. So yeah, we may be already back on as soon as we get home. I'm hoping not, honestly. This was fun and all, and getting to know you guys has been a great little side benefit. I'm really glad to hear that Aunt Heather is doing well. But I do want to give a visit. I sent her a letter almost half a year ago about how I would like to come visit her and just catch up, because it's been forever since I've seen her.
Oh well, there probably won't be anything you recognize.
I think last time I saw her, she was taller than me. It's been years. But yeah,
Jamal, come here.
I was about to jokingly say Jamal kind of perks up after he said that. He wait, what?
Yeah, Jamal, come here. I gotta measure you real quick. I think she's about a little bit taller than this. I think.
Quick question: how tall is Jamal?
Jamal.
Did you ever write down specifically how tall he is?
Wasn't he 3 feet tall or something like that?
I thought he was.
Shuni are small-sized creatures, which means that they usually tap out at around 3.5 feet. They're somewhere under 4 is the tall end for small-sized creature. So generally speaking, Jay, how tall do you think Jamal is?
I'm logging in the joint. Logging in the joint. Launch game. All right. That's my
Mhm,
type.
mhm.
That's my type. I'm sorry.
You're in there. You're in there.
He's in there. He's
It's
in
fine.
I'm like, details.
Details.
He is.
Details.
He is literally he is literally 3 feet. He's literally just 3 feet on the dot.
On the dot.
Okay. Okay, so then that means that Oda, who is a halfling, and halflings generally are smaller than Shunies. Not by much, it's usually like a handful of inches.
Jesus.
But
Oh, no.
Oda is actually taller than Jamal by like 3 inches, and then Heather Button, her aunt, Doc Button back at base, she is like 2'9".
Oh gosh. I'd say
So,
about,
yeah.
she's Callie's like doing the measurements on like her head, because she's seeing like, oh, she's using Jamal as the measurement factor here. Like, I think he's like a little like this much shorter than Jamal.
Like Jamal end up asking Oda, so by any chance your aunt, do she go by Doc?
Yeah. I think you were doing something when we talked about it earlier. But yeah, like
He was quitting
Doc,
his guns
uh,
furiously.
Heather
Yeah, he was definitely.
Heather Button is my mother's younger sister. Like my mom is Hetha, and then like her sister is Heather. So that's my aunt, and she went into military service many years ago, and I was like, oh geez, I was like less than 20. I think I was like maybe teenish about the time that she went into service, and like she did a lot of like naval training and medical training relatively nearby where we lived in Salt Breach, and so like I saw her pretty frequently. But then after she got deployed for the the secession war that happened, that when she was sent over there as a naval doctor, I hadn't really seen her, but we would occasionally get like letters, and so like I wrote and told her, hey, I'd like to catch up with you. There's been some changes, but yeah, like my mom and Aunt Heather, they're basically the same size, and like I look down at my mother now. I can see over her fro. So like
Jamal.
I'm definitely taller, unless she's gone through some sort of weird changes.
Jamal in the back of his head is like, no fucking wonder she looked familiar. He's
But,
looking at Oda.
Callie's sitting there like all she's thinking is like, I wonder if I'd be taller than my mom. Probably not. But at the same time, I don't remember how tall she was. Maybe this is a question I should ask Rusi later.
Maybe that is a question to ask Rusi at some point. But yeah, like Jamal, especially now that you're like real close and you've had like some time to like interact with Oda, like the family resemblance between Oda and Doc Button is like very obvious. They have the exact same like crystal blue eyes. They have the same sort of like dirty blonde hair color. Doc Button is paler complexion wise than Oda, but they have a very sort of similar face shape and all that sort of stuff. Oda is like strong, thick on steroids comparatively, and of course she is a lot like taller than Heather is, but like yeah, very much so. Oda is just like a young, thicker, taller Amazonian version of Doc Button. So yeah, but like she says that, like, assuming that they aren't otherwise like super duper engaged, you guys might see them come visit Casimir relatively soonish.
Oh, well,
the-
it's gonna look a little different,
Well, you know what?
It's still
Well, I'm really, honestly, I'm real interested to see what a just getting started like frontier town looks like, because I've been all across the Empire, and but this is actually the first time I've ever been to Uxlan, which I gotta say, Boer has really like not truly sold to me how fucking backward this place is, but man, golly, is it.
I mean, yeah,
like,
it's kind of backwards,
It's kind of backwards. It's sort of like walking into like a time portal and like being transported 100 years into. There's very few places in the Empire that look like this.
I mean, I'm a Azure Kenny, and I do not like Uxland, I will say.
Well, I mean, I can understand. It's pretty fucking cold up here. And most of the Azurketi I know, and I've dealt with Azurketi a lot. Like, I've got some great Azurketi friends that live up in the throat, and I realize her saying that sounds like I've got black friends.
So many friends.
Yeah,
So many
I was
Azure friends.
Yeah, I was about to make that joke. I was like, this is like somebody saying, yeah, I got a lot of black friends.
But Oda, her background is as a fisherman and sailor and all that sort of stuff. So she's lived on the water all the time. So she has literally interacted with other Azurketi that are up in the throat of Gazra, which is the main the portion of the inner sea that Salt Breach is on the coast of. So yeah, she has actually had quite a lot of interactions with Azurketi. She does not speak the Azurketi dialogue like specifically, but she does know some Azurketi phrases, and she throws them in every now and again speaking. And some Azurketi somewhere along the line taught her a couple of dirty words.
Yes,
but
yeah.
Sailor mouths.
But
I don't think those
yeah.
words mean what you think they mean.
She's pretty sure that they mean dirty things. She doesn't know the exact meaning of them, but she's pretty sure that curse words. But yeah, Oda does know some Azurketi, and so she's interacted with them quite a lot. And you guys do know, speaking of Azurketi, you do know that Uxland does not have a lot of Azurketi, but they do have some freshwater Azurketi that live in the lake that's up there next to Keystone. So they do actually have at least a small population of them that live up there.
I gotta go speak to my freshwater boys.
I gotta talk to my fishes.
I gotta talk to this.
I got to talk to my fish.
But yeah,
God,
please. Shush, be quiet.
But Boer does mention that when you get up there, like Keystone is a city that is built essentially on a peninsula in the middle of a Titanic river, and that Titanic river flows into a enormous lake. Like this is basically it's glacier melt that causes this huge river.
I see.
And but the lake is super deep, and there are volcanic vents at the bottom of the lake that make the lake much warmer. So the
We're going
area
to
around the
I
lake
guess.
is very like verdant and green, and rarely sees deep snow. It never ices over or anything like that. It's actually very pleasant. And Boer mentions that like if you should go there and like you run into an old lady who's giving you hag vibes, that's not a hag, that's Baba Yaga. So be polite.
I guess I will.
Yeah, be polite. Be polite to their grandma.
Earlier though that Yeah, about the whole like Oda mentioning that she was like a sailor and whatnot, and that she's in around. I was gonna say like, oh yeah, I've heard some stories about how your aunt served in the Navy, and she heard some stuff about Azurketi and their technology and whatnot. Or at least she mentioned it.
Oh yeah, like she's shared like a lot of stories with me, and uh like my not my parents, but my grandparents, uh they had they were um they were part of a program that was helping to settle Azurketi that were like coming into like our area a couple of generations ago. So like we've got like Salt Breach has got like good ties with the Azurketi communities that are near us. We do like a lot of trade back and forth, that sort of thing, and we're neighbors. We try to support each other that way, and it's been a good thing. So like I've always grown up around Azurketi and stuff like that. I always thought it'd be like awesome if you could breathe water. And I've had a couple of times where I've had like some spells cast on me that allow me to do it, and that shit is awesome. I love being able to like swim all the way down to the bottom and like pet starfish. That's just great. Like I wish I could do it all the time, but
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, you guys can expect to probably see us at some point in your town.
Yes.
I really would like to see what it's like over there, and I know that you're not like really on the edge of things, and like she looks at Torque and she's like, and I'm not trying to like imply that like stuff over towards the kingdom is primitive or anything, but like there's not a lot of big towns out in that area as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I would really like to see like how do they do things over there in Sizon, and how you guys are putting things together. I'm legitimately very interested in seeing it.
Yeah.
But that'll have to come a little bit later after we've gotten back, made our reports, see if there's anything that requires our immediate attention. But yeah, we'll probably end up taking one of the portals or something like that, because we're definitely not, as much as I love sailing and being on the ocean, that trip from Kinley all the way to Harham is like 4 months on a boat, and I would just rather not when we've got portals and the ability to fly while eating noodles.
That is true. Very, very true.
The best way to travel.
It is the best. Well, I mean, we're doing it in winter, so it's not the best way to travel during the winter.
Frigid.
It is very
frigid. That I do imagine that has to suck for you. Thankfully, Boer here has got a lot of stuff, a lot of spells that are really, really handy for it. So
keep freezing up.
Yeah,
that's gotta be bad for you, man. Like, do you take an ice pick to that, or do you just like sit inside of a campfire?
Well, we got a heater downstairs. He just goes and sits in front of it.
I just
okay.
Everything a bit.
Yeah,
I bet.
Holy shit, you sound like shit, Danger.
You do. You do sound pretty rough, man.
Ignore me then.
No.
Ignore me.
Okay.
Duly noted. All right. So,
yeah. If you see any weird, suspicious, super mega projects that I might be building in the backyard at Casimir, by the way, just ignore those.
Sure.
Yeah. Like
you're not like building any super weapons, are you?
Well, I'm thinking of building a giant mega sub to kill the last of the Veiled Masters, but that's a story for another time.
Oh, well then, yeah, sure, by all means. But yeah, at some point we'll catch up with you guys, and we'll see you later. Good luck with everything. Y'all have a try to have a safe trip home. And after like a couple of goodbyes, they get onto. Everybody gets back on their specific vessels.
Callie starts
Boer
to
does use
whistle.
a
She didn't
bit of
even
magic
know.
to put a shield around that entire party.
Gosh darn,
you
why
know,
can't
like
we learn
fire-
that spell, Tim, bro? We're frigid out here. We're frigid, bro.
fires up the fire under the cauldron for like additional heat.
Bro,
Then
why
they
does
also
everybody-
shimmer into invisibility and like pedal on and away from you guys.
Tim snaps his fingers, and like glass shield comes up in front of Callie, so it's like a wind shield, and it like breaks a little bit of the like freezing wind. It's like, this is what I got so far.
It sucks that everybody else gets to sit down in the in the cargo bay and sit in front of the heater while we're up here, bro. It sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
It is unfortunate, but for a couple of days, that is the reality.
Tim
as
is
the party
I like
as the party makes this slight detour over to Kingshone in order to pick up the holy water recipe, so that between Callie and Laria, Callie can weaponize holy water.
I mean, let's be honest here. They were already weaponizing holy water before Callie got here.
Oh yeah. That is their entire purpose. They wish like nothing
Fuck
but
them
like
dead
the
people.
worst for the undead.
Send them back. Send them back.
at the end of each
Yeah.
Send 'em
day,
back!
Tim comes back downstairs in nothing but like his pants and is covered in icicles. Like Callie, every day he gives Callie his overcoat and casts glass shield to cover her.
Callie's
And
gotta
it's just
be
like,
wearing
she
the
flies, I can handle the cold, I'm fine.
Brick.
Dr. Tremors occasionally comes down covered in snow, and he throws a snowball at a random individual that he just chooses.
Like on day 2, like when he comes down and hurls a snowball, like fucking Torque comes around the corner with like a squirt gun, like but like when Tim comes down all covered in icicles, like Brick manifests to like curl around him to help get him warmed back up. But that said, it does otherwise take 3 days for the party to physically make the flight from Shrewsbury to Kingshone. Kingshone, as mentioned, is a very large capital city. It is roughly on par with, like, say, Harham as far as like population is concerned.
Okay.
And it is where they have the like high count, the high king's court for Uxland, which is a huge, grand like structure that is for all of that. And right next to it is a slightly less grand structure that is the Dawn Castle for Kingshone. As here in Uxland, as has been mentioned before, most of the population follows the Dawnflower and the associated like deities that like she's cool with. So you do get a lot of Prismatic Way. You also get Desna followers and things like that. But the Dawnflower, Serenay, she is the dominant religion here. So she's got the tallest, prettiest house, basically, in Kingstone. It is not as expansive as the royal, court building is, and all of that sort of thing. We basically go through the same song and dance that the party has been doing here every time they approach a major city with their flying boat.
Yeah, start signaling, be like, hey, we're trading vessel,
Yeah, and you've got all the appropriate flags for what you are associated with and all that kind of stuff. So, the party is able to very easily land, find the Dawn Castle, talk to the quartermasters there, and let them know that, like, hey, we wish to bring super soakers full of holy water, like, into some undead places. Can you tell us how to do that? And they were like, yeah, sure, we will totally tell you how to do that. It is in fact so limited, it is so less of a thing for them as far as they are concerned, that like it cost Callie literally a gold piece to get the recipe from them.
Oh Oh dang!
for fucking
Alright.
for fucking holy water.
Sick.
How much does it cost for them to teach me this spell to just bless it?
That is actually just that they will teach you that for free.
Really?
Free
The more
knowledge.
people, the more people
Oh,
that do it, the better.
I mean, yeah, to
Yeah.
them it's like it's
Learn
a
a
better.
free spell. Let's go.
Yeah, you get a free spell because they are so much to like, hey, you may not be a follower of the Dawnflower, and there's some sadness there, but if you're going to go out and do this stuff, the Dawnflower smiles upon that. Go bloom more Dawnflower elsewhere under the moon or whatever the hell it is that you do, and like burn those undead bitches to the ground.
You know what, bro? I actually kind of like these guys. They're
Laria
pretty
is
chill.
mostly strong in like holy magic, so.
Honestly, these
Yep.
guys are pretty chill. I like them. Callie, after getting the recipe for holy water, Callie nudges fucking Rusi. He's like, "Hey, Rusi, you wanna go beat some of the river Azurketi? Just for like a second while we're here."
Yeah, sure.
It's been a while since I've seen primarily freshwater Azurketi, bro.
Yeah, freshwater Azurketi is not something that you've had a lot of interaction with. They are like an offshoot of an offshoot that is the Azurketi. And much like with freshwater fish, they tend to be much more like duller in color. They're generally more like a yellow, brown, green, kind of muted sort of colors. And to explain this best, like imagine you just went into like the fucking deep bayou in Louisiana, and like you're running into like Cajun straight up culture. They're otherwise they are very welcoming. They don't get a lot of interaction with ocean-based Azurketi, so getting a couple of like ocean-based Azurketi who also have like gear that allows them to like operate on land for extended periods, and like also has a flying boat, like that's fucking awesome and weird for them, and they're like, oh, you guys are like cool. So yeah, there's some brief like cultural exchange as you guys just sort of like enjoy Azurketi company.
Callie, I feel like during this, Callie would bring up that question she had earlier though to Rusi though, of like, so Rusi, I was thinking, and I do that a lot, obviously.
Yeah, we've had this joke, but it's still good. Yeah.
But what I was asking is, do you think I'd be taller than Mom by now, or do you think I would be shorter?
That's kind of hard to gauge, Callie.
What do you mean that'd be hard to gauge? You didn't know how tall Mom was?
Well, it's okay. It has literally been decades since I saw her, and like,
that is true.
okay, Mom.
Was she on the shorter side or the taller
Okay,
side? I don't remember. I was a little kid.
Well, Dad was a little on the tall side.
I do remember
when I last left, Dad was still taller than me, and I don't know if I've grown very much in height since then. So I don't know. And to point out here that like Rusi is basically a foot taller than Callie, and so he's like very average like height for a modern halfless human. So he's like around 5'6" somewhere in that area. So he's like, yeah, Dad was like a little taller than me, and I want to say Mom was a little bit shorter than me, but not like you, not like a lot shorter like you. And he kind of like holds his hand vaguely at like nose height for him, where he's like, about here. So like roughly as tall as like like a little bit in between where like Miss Torque is and where Miss Julie is, or Valencia, whichever. Like somewhere roughly in that same patch. So like, yeah, look at Rosie, roughly in that like kind of like
Damn.
height area.
I'm doomed to be short forever, brother. It seems.
Well, also you're like what 18 now, so
yeah,
really unlikely you're gonna get any taller, Callie.
I blame
at least naturally
being homeless for 2 years the cause of this. I ate
Completely malnourished.
I was quite
yeah
malnourished.
malnourishment could definitely do it.
Brother, have I told you the story about how I saw 2 rats fight to the death, and I had to fight the remaining rat over the corpse of the last rat that died in the fight?
You didn't tell me that. That's bruh.
Tim is on this pilgrimage with them. He's just there. he's exchanging stuff with the Azarketi as well. He's just there.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't tell you, Tim, because you're well, no offense, Tim, but you're a robot, and I didn't think you would understand how the struggle of fighting another animal for a meal because you've been hungry for an entire week, and I just thought that was something you wouldn't understand. Having to fight a rabid rat for the corpse of a dead rat.
You're right.
Okay, but were you going to eat it? Like,
well, that's the
thing,
brother.
Eat the rat?
I lost the fight. The rat bit me and I got really sick.
Wow.
Something like Tim got real paternal all of a sudden. He was like, "Oh God."
Like, I didn't think that was the way that story was gonna go, sis. Really.
I tried really hard. The rat was foaming at the mouth. I might have given me rabies. I don't know.
No, if you'd gotten rabies, you're dead. But I'm glad that didn't happen. I mean, this is gonna bother me to ask, but like, where the fuck was Seamus in all of this? Where was Uncle Cat?
Well,
what was he doing? What was he doing while you were fighting a rat for dinner?
Well, from what I've asked, while he was this was before I met him, but I have asked him what he was doing before me, and he said something along the lines of like he was like scamming, like nobility into thinking he was like a spiritual healer or something like that. Or
yes,
whatever.
This is true.
Okay.
He tricked this one ruler really bad though. From what I've heard, they made him like a. They gave him a position in everything. They gave him like a title of like, kingdom spiritual healer or something like that. The issue though was he wasn't really healing shit. So that was that eventually got found out, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, brother, did I ever tell you how I met Unk in the first place?
No?
You're gonna love this one, brother. So,
I guess I was assuming that he just sort of like found you on the street or whatever.
Well, I mean, that is sort of true, but brother, the way I met Seamus is, I pickpocketed him. I stole something out of his cloak, and he caught me. He didn't catch me in the beginning, but he knew it was me, after the thing had been stolen. And I was hoping to steal, the thing I stole. I was hoping to sell so that I could buy a piece of bread. However, though, that is not what ended up happening. He chased me into an alleyway. Was planning on decimating me into ashes. Until Mr. Servos came in and tried to stop him, to which promptly he basically vaporized like 75% of Mr. Servos in a single instance. And then lots of tears were shed. He asked me if I was the one who had created Mr. Servos. I said yes. To which he promptly picked me up and then basically abducted me out of the city. and then tried to force feed me ice cream for a couple weeks so that I'd stop crying over the death of Mr. Servos.
You're making it sound like I held you down while shoving tubs of ice cream down your gullet.
Well, Dad, it's really hard to eat ice cream while you're crying. I will say that.
I'll just have to take your word on that one, Callie.
But,
hey, I guess ultimately it worked out because like here you are, and look at how well you're doing.
Oh yeah, well, eventually I did forgive him because he showed me his old house, and his old house had books stacked to the ceiling, to which I promptly read like 90% of those books until what was it, Dad, that eventually burned? It was like weren't we run out of the village because some angry people didn't like us being there and they burned the whole place down or something like that?
Something along the lines of that, yeah.
Yeah, I did read 90% of the books though before that happened, so I still remember some of them. There was some crazy ones in there, some books he stole, some books there was like I'm pretty sure like 100% of them were overdue library books because I do remember specifically every single time I opened the book there was there was the overdue fucking fine like stamped in the fucking front page, so but yeah, they were fun books to read.
Rusi, like after taking this in, like looks over at Seamus and like leans a little bit towards Seamus and he's like, she hasn't eaten rats since then, right?
No, I make sure to get her fish and other kinds of meats and veggies and all of this sorts of stuff. I'm trying to make sure she
I
has
will
3
say
square
though, I
meals.
had to teach Dad how to cook food though. He didn't know how to cook a good fish, so I had to do it for him.
I guess it does take kind of the skill.
Yeah, I mean, for the first couple of months, it was burnt fish and what was it? Just giant cheese wheels we ate, Dad.
At the start, yes.
Damn.
I was trying my best, okay. I was still learning how. It was hard to cook. I mean, he was catching tiny little fucking sardines, okay. That shit's not easy to cook for a little kid. But I got pretty good at it. Dad was real bad at math though. Anytime he needed me to come and do math for him, I'd be there with my little sketchbook and my crayons to do the math for him. I still think that'd be a funny image to draw, just a little baby Callie standing next to fucking Seamus with her book and her crayons doing math problems for him.
All right, and there we go. I have added to
So,
on the
brother,
NPCs channel. I have added in the names for the
So, brother,
two
I have to
changeling
ask,
women.
how did it go with the 2 changeling women?
Well, I talked to both of them, and like Miss Nora, she's pretty nice. I mean, they're both nice, but like, gee, well, Callie, it's like it's a little awkward at the moment. Like they're having to deal with like, kind of like I did actually. They're having to deal with like being into this whole new like world and
That is
stuff.
well, I mean, brother, isn't that a good thing though? I mean, you both could relate really hard on that though, right? That's something that could be like of common interest, right?
I mean, yeah,
Common
I
ground
guess,
that you
but,
could
like,
find.
I mean, I guess, but like, I also know, given my experience, that it's kind of traumatic at the beginning. So,
Well, that's true. Well, maybe give it a
just
couple of
kinda-
weeks.
yeah, just give it some time. Give it some time.
Truth.
But I have at least made some like introductory headway. Yeah. And can we put a pause on this conversation just until we get back home or something?
Sure, brother if that's what you desire.
Yeah, let's just keep a note on that one.
Another question,
But okay,
I
so
want to piggyback.
well, you definitely.
Why is Callie trying to get her brother laid? Like,
why not? What's
Leon,
wrong with this?
Leon, you need
Kelly-
to sleep with my sister Claire.
In
Somehow
his egg.
Larry up with her dad.
Wait, what's wrong with this? What is wrong with the idea of Callie trying to get her brother laid?
I just think it's funny that it continues to be Callie having a weird sort of like misunderstanding. Yeah, like just her having just a weird misunderstanding of how relationships and everything work.
She also is having no relationship herself, while everybody else around her is in healthy relationship. Well, relatively healthy relationships. I will say,
but yeah.
she squints a little when she looks at Tim, because those fucking dents that Tim gets after being with Gloria for a day are kind of suspect.
That's plenty healthy. I'm not gonna die from it. Honestly, it's more healthy than if an organic did it. Because my dents will buff out.
Yeah.
You
I'm
mean
like,
I'll
yeah,
buff
and then
them
you have-
out? I'll buff them out, is what you mean, Callie
Oh, like you.
sarcastically says.
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. You have fucking Jamal over here realizing Oda is related to Dot, and he like, just
Yeah,
it really makes you think.
it does
What does
really
it make you think about?
Yeah.
It really does make you think. But yes, so there is, some time that is spent with the other Azriketti, and you guys, just get a brief, like, just the briefest little touch on, like, the culture here. And these are, relatively speaking, very friendly people. They do live separate, like, from the rest of, like, Uxland, but they do consider themselves to be Uxlanders. The regular humans, they do also consider to be, like, Uxlanders as well. But there is a little bit of, like, they're a little weird, kind of like vibes, but, like, other than that, though, they're still accepted as members of the overall culture. But as stated, the Dawn Castle folk, they have absolutely no problem whatsoever giving you guys tools, fight the undead. They are all about it. They are cool. Other than that, so the party just honestly ends up only spending like a little bit of time here, and towards the end of the day, Callie again takes the blimp up into the air, points it back in the direction of home, and so begins the homeward bound version.
Do I have to do a craft check for flight?
You will need a craft check. The DC is a 22.
Yeah, it's a little bit extra, right? Like 15 extra.
Yeah. So like Callie just gets this thing a cruising.
You just hear over the radio, just like we've hit our cruise altitude of 15,000 feet.
Yeah. So
as you can see, the unbuckle sign has been turned off. You are allowed to move about free of the cabin.
Yeah. So Callie just like like. So Callie just like yells down.
Peanuts, yeah. A kobold will now be walking around with a tray of peanuts to serve to y'all.
Like one individual peanut per person. But yeah. So the homeward bound journey begins, and I'm going to make a weather check to see if there's any inclement weather in between now and but otherwise come February 5th, the party will make it back to Casimir, and we're not going to switch back to the Casimir map because I have not yet re-uploaded it. It also needs updating itself, but like I haven't re-uploaded it because when I made the change to Jumpgate, it did not that specific map just went a little fucky wucky. I am, however, going to move us over to the slightly larger Uxland map so we can see all the distance way back home.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's a lot of.
When was that? When was that Cobalt thing? By the way.
That happens in March.
Damn.
Damn.
Oh my god!
Damn, bro. I didn't know you were reeling for the Cobalt barbecue so bad.
Hey, that is some delicious Cobalt barbecue.
Yeah, delicious Cobalt barbecue, we'll say. That's the reason why they want to get back so bad.
Yeah,
them
sure,
know how to cook.
Hey, I almost died to a magical plague curse that would have sent me to hell. Come on.
A little stressful.
We almost all died. I don't know what you're. We almost all died. We had to deal with 3 hags. Okay.
Okay, so
we all put on the line there.
Fuck! I'll be right back.
Roll
damn.
2.
There'd be something you were
bro.
calling us.
Damn it!
All right. Okay.
Damn it,
So-
bro. We got pushed back, bro.
Again, I believe this is set up correctly.
So is Nara the one with the prosthetic legs?
Yeah, Nara is the one with the prosthetic legs.
Maybe she should be the best for
What is
Callie
it?
to get with her brother. Hey, you got
All right.
prosthetic legs. My brother's got a prosthetic arm. You guys are pretty fucking relate. You know,
All right,
you got a
all
lot
right.
to relate on. You know.
Yeah, together you can make a whole robot.
If you get Tim there adding his bit of commentary. Dude, I imagine while this whole conversation was happening, fucking Seamus is still holding on Hilarious to make sure she doesn't fly away. And she's just like, oh, there she goes again, Callie trying to get everyone in a relationship without understanding how relationships work.
Likely
Okay.
talk to Nara in Jotun about like who the making. Oh, it was Aj that gave her the prosthetics. That's right. Never mind.
Was it? I mean, you could ask still.
Actually, no, it was not Anna that gave her the prosthetics. She was injured while on the job at Aj's processing. And basically, Aj paid for the prosthetics. Essentially like workers' comp. But she didn't. But she wasn't the one who actually provided her with the. What actually happened was she was taken to Amherst through the portal to Kinley, which is the capital of the Empire, and it was there where she was then fitted with these prosthetic automaton legs. And Nara also like points out that like, you know, she wasn't there for like a long time or anything like that. She was there for like basically a month while she was recovering from the surgery and you know, and then like doing like physical therapy essentially, you know, like relearning how to walk with the new prosthetics. And she says that she met during that time period, she met a lot of automatons there in Kinley who like live and work and, you know, do all that sort of thing. And, you know, it really did a good number on like changing sort of like her opinion on automatons, like in a much more like positive light. Like she admits to Tim that like before that happened, she, you know, had obviously seen plenty of automatons that were with the Imperials and would show up. And 9 times out of 10, though, you know, she was seeing them either as like armed guards or as like heavy laborers and whatnot. And she had to, and she said that she had a sort of like, she always thought it was a little weird, and especially since the Empire is such a massive country that has so many people, why would they need to make artificial people in order to like, do these things? Can't they find, you know, like a regular flesh and blood person to like take these jobs, kind of like deal? but like after having had to spend some time with them and get used to like having the prosthetics and things, she is honestly very much more like positive towards automatons and what they bring to society in general and all that sort of jazz. Like she's like, okay, I see the purpose, I see the plan. Like, oh, okay,
I
yeah,
see the
yeah, I get it, I see the vision.
The vision.
I see the
Yeah,
vision.
she sees the vision. She gets it. She understands
Nara
that.
the one who has workshop experience, like basically. Like...
Yes, Nara. Yeah, Nara is the one with workshop experience.
Well, I guess she's gonna be seeing quite a few more automatons then. I guess that's
so.
Good thing she's got the good opinion on automatons. She might be seeing a few more. Other than
oh yeah, and like
around.
and during the trip, she does occasionally during moments when like nothing else is really going on, she does occasionally ask, like, what is what is the Pheno workshop like on a personal basis? What is it how is it to work there kind of like thing? And just also kind of like generally asking Callie like, hey, what are your policies and whatnot as a business owner?
She
but
finds
yes,
out Callie is way better to work for than Aj or anybody else, probably.
I mean, honestly, ultimately, yeah. Callie is much better to much better of a boss than Aj was. Aj purely like in the way that she functioned as a boss, not bad, but like she wasn't great. She was not not great, and obviously, of course, she didn't have any sort of like personal connection with you.
Tim will flip open like his arm thing, and it's like, when you got to Amherst, did you see this like sigil specifically anywhere? And he's gonna show Nara the Viva Machina symbol on his arm. Obviously, you might have seen it like working with Aj, but
yeah, she did see it on occasion working at the processing plant. Some of the materials that got sent out and were usually marked in like special boxes, which as far as Nara is knew, is that it indicated a like a VIP buyer, and so her association with it is like VIP stuff, like top end, high level merchant and or like nobles, so way outside her pay grade.
Yeah.
But in Amherst like itself, she can't remember specifically seeing it there, at least not in any way that was not obviously also connected back to as a lot of stuff coming from the processing plant did go through the portal. It was a major thing, since she was doing deals with the Empire and everything. She does say that when she got to Dunsbover, which is the city that's on the other side of the portal, Dunsbover and Kinley are basically one town. They were initially two towns, but Kinley got so big it basically ate Dunsbover. But Dunsbover, she says that when she got there, she can remember specifically seeing the symbol once and it was not in any other way like attached to an automaton or anything that she clearly knew had to do with the processing plant. And specifically what she saw in Dunsbower, she saw that symbol on a book, like a heraldry book, and it was basically in Dunsbover, which is technically speaking the ancestral capital of the Empire. It is where it was like the first city of the Empire kind of like thing. It now is home to the Imperial family. So it's where the Imperial family lives at. They do business in Kinley. Like that's where the actual administrative and everything actually happens for the Empire. But Dunsbover is where the Imperial family is located, and there are several museums and whatnot that are associated with the Empire and its early history. And there's advertisements basically for this, like tourism thing. And one of the things that she noticed when moving through there is that she saw the symbol on a book, which was itself in a case, like a display case, and it was open, and there were multiple heraldic symbols there, and one of them looked almost exactly like that.
Damn, we should have stole that.
Like looks at the thing on his arm, is like, okay, Dunsbover, noted. Thank you.
No problem.
Very much.
She is more than willing to talk to you about this stuff, although obviously she may have very limited information, but she is more than willing to share that information as you guys saved her fucking soul and life.
Any new information is appreciated information.
Yeah, it is.
But
we need to find
yeah.
out more about this Viva Machina, because we still haven't figured out
But yeah,
exactly what it is what they specifically want. We just know who they've been working with.
there is one weather event that does happen on you guys' way back. There is a day where you get a lot of blustery winds coming over the big sky plains. Basically, kind of the same shit that you dealt with before. That is
Mr.
pretty.
Servos, lock those
heavy
motors.
wind.
They're gonna be frozen.
So, yeah,
What I
with the heavy gusts of wind that are
I just
happening.
found out more about Viva Machina. That's what you missed.
Oh.
Yeah, one of the changeling girls, when she was getting fitted for her prosthetic legs, she had to go to the capital of the Empire to have that done, and she saw some things that were related to Viva Magna.
Speaking of which, Callie mentions, like, if you have any problems, like damage or wear with those prosthetics, just tell me and I can repair them for you.
No problem. She will do that. Her immediate, future boss. But yeah, so when you guys are approaching the Black Peaks, that's when this wind bluster goes over. I do need Callie to make a craft check for piloting through this. The DC goes up at this point to a DC 30. That's good enough.
Dusted.
Yeah, done and dusted. So Callie is getting plenty of experience with piloting. It does, however, add an additional day to the overall travel.
Well, it's fine, It's not like
they're
waiting there for us. I mean, we could go there
it's fine.
and Casimir's a crater, but, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's whatever. But yeah, so about the 6th or so.
Oh, hey, we're almost close to Cocking Grave.
So yeah, you guys get back on roughly the 6th of February, back over here to Casimir. And there's been some, growth that has happened in the area. You guys have been gone for a month. So there's been...
We
yeah, so there's been a little bit of growth.
More kobolds we haven't counted.
Oh,
well, no, there is actually 50 more kobolds, but there are some new people who have shown up. There is...
Hey, yo, is this the Pheno workshop? Do you sell chairs? I want some chairs.
Oh my god, they sell chairs!
Oh my god, you guys sell chairs!
Everybody, they sell chairs!
But essentially, when you guys get back when you guys get back to the workshop and everything like that, you are told by the people here that there's been a lot of travel between Lariel and Harham and Whitford, where people are taking that turn off of the main road and checking out this new place. So there have been a couple of additional people who have decided they want to put stakes. Yeah. It hasn't been like a tremendous amount of people, but there's been a couple of people who are like, we would like to put down stakes and set up in this area. There is a lot of construction which is still going on, but now several permanent, otherwise completed buildings and whatnot have been set up in relatively close proximity to the workshop. So now the workshop really does look like a community at this point. Like they have gotten to the point where they're not ready yet to put down flagstones and whatnot for like the roads just yet, but they have already set up a thing to begin the process of making cobblestone so that can be done.
We got a giant bulldozer to help kickstart the highway the massive highway project Callie has in mind.
Yeah, having a dedicated earth mover construct is going to speed this up massively. But yeah, other than that though, there are a couple of new kobolds that are here, but like they are fresh hatchlings, and they're not expecting any more hatchlings for like another like 2 to 3 months. But yeah,
look at all the kobold babies, Callie says.
Yeah, there's like literally like a half dozen of the brand fresh new hatchlings. As kobolds don't generally hatch a lot of children during the winter time. It's mostly a spring summer.
Yeah. One of them starts riding Callie's tail. Like, oh, all right.
But yeah, they've got like little baby kobolds that are running around. There's a whole lot of like juvenile kobolds who are noticeably larger. Like since the last time you guys were here, like a month ago, they've grown sizably enough that you can like tell the difference.
She's like,
and of course, you know,
I
you got your regular sized
and there's
human.
like half a dozen of you. I can't pet all of y'all. This is
It's a lot of
unfair. Dad, come
It's
here.
a
We
lot of
need more
kobolds.
people to pet these kobolds.
I'm on my way.
We're gonna need your third hand.
Oh god.
But yeah. So, yeah, but there's been a couple of people who have decided to put down stakes. But the biggest news really is actually there's been steady traffic, transient people that have been moving through the area who are, you know, travelers on the road, and a lot of them are merchants. So there has been some good trade that has been going on, and word of the fact that this is a community that is building up and is doing trade is beginning to spread around. So you're probably going to see an uptick in the amount of population gain relatively soonish. It is, however, still winter, so travel is less than it will be during the other parts of the year. But yeah, so the party gets back. It is February 6th when the party arrives, and you guys come back to Casimir. There's been, like I said, some changes, but it's not terribly like a lot since y'all left over just this past month. But the biggest change is you're getting pretty steady merchant traffic, so other traders are coming through. The name of the Fino workshop is just spreading through word of mouth, and there has been a bunch of buildings for the current residents have been completed. So roughly half of those initial buildings are already done, and they're, you know, because they can concentrate builders more, they're pretty rapidly going through the rest of these. Basically, by the time you get to the beginning of March, once it comes around to Kobold barbecue weather, most of the initial wave of buildings are going to be done and dusted and like ready to go, and they'll be able to begin stage 2 of building. So there are going to be some questions that they will want to ask you guys for social, you know, planning. And we will cover that later, because I've got to re-upload that map, and that map needs to be updated.
We will figure that part out. Callie does
All
want to
of
go meet Oma though. Speak with
Okay.
her for a second.
well, you
Callie
definitely can.
shows up to wherever the hell Oma may be, probably just wandering around, I would assume.
I mean, she's got her own dedicated shop at this point, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
easy to find her.
Yeah. Hey, Oma, I got a couple things now that we're back for you.
It's pronounced Alma, but sure. Yeah. What's up?
Sorry, it's been a long trip, and I'm freezing cold. Callie says, removing an icicle from her dripping suit. Well, for one, I thought you should have this, and she reaches in and grabs that. Fucking, which book was it? It was the book about making fucking. It was one of the books. There was a book I was like, I think Oma would like this, and I think
Rat
it was about,
Makeover?
No, I don't think it was Rat Makeover. I think it was the one about making like love potions or whatever.
Oh, yeah. That one. Okay. Like you give that to her and she's oh. Ooh. Hmm. You know, I don't really do alchemical stuff a lot. I can do some, but like this might be a little bit more in Mr. Manal's might be more like Mr. Manal's
No, and maybe
bread,
you could
bread,
get him
bread
to
and
make
butter
some
if
of
you
those
want.
things for you, and you could sell them.
Oh yeah, I mean I could definitely some use of some of these spells in here. I'll have to be very careful in how I use them though. A lot of them kind of eyebrow raising in the way to respect free will.
I mean, I read the fine text. They seem a bit like on the whole like. Okay, I mean, I can see why this book is restricted.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand it. I mean, I've seen some of these spells used before, and they don't have to be put to bad use. As a matter of fact, actually, this one I could see a good enchantment here, for one part of my business. Yeah, and she kind of like side eyes the like area that's behind the beaded curtain, and she's like, I could definitely be good for that.
Yeah.
But
that was the first part. Actually, I wanted to ask three things. Actually, correction. I just wanted to ask, how is the creation of the lead weave, the bags of holding coming?
That has finished up. Actually, it's ready to go. If you want to go ahead and pick those up, I've just had them sitting in a locker waiting for you. Really?
Yeah. I will do that then. And then the third thing I wanted to ask is, and then Callie reaches back into the bag and pulls out the clothes that the aristocrat clothes. I needed to get these fitted for me. They are
I can do
a
this.
little too big.
Okay.
As you can see, I'm a short person. Callie says.
Well, and she holds up like one of the dresses, and Alma, so that is like nearly 7 feet tall. So like, she holds up this
twice
dress.
as tall as Callie.
Well, like, but most of the time, like when she's talking to Callie, she's basically like squatting. So like her knees are like tucked up. Like she's very gangly, and like she's tucked up as she's like talking to Callie, and she like holds up this dress, and then she just stands up all the way to like dangle this dress up, and she's like, "Yeah, I can do this. Do you want me to make it so that like you can wear it around your like special suit, or?"
How many? There was two. There was
it'll
how many
only
pairs
take me
how many
a
pairs
little
of
bit
aristocrat clothes was there in there?
There are 4 total sets of fine clothing. Yeah, 4 sets of fine clothing that are all made for a medium-sized human.
How about
female.
this? We do half over the suit, and then the other half just not like just regular, half over the suit and then half not wearing the suit.
Okay. All right, I can do that. Do you want me for the half that you want for without the suit? Do you want me to put in some like aquadynamic adjustments to them? Because otherwise these are going like this is a heavy skirt, Callie. It's going to drag a lot, especially if you get it wet. But I could do maybe a little bit of modifications that make it so it don't weigh like an anchor.
Yeah, that would be helpful. That would be very helpful, actually. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll draw up some alternative designs for you. I'll send those to you so you can make approvals before I do any actual full on alterations. Is that good?
Yeah, that is good. That is exactly what I wanted to discuss.
All right, no problem. I will get to work on this. If you have anything else, or obviously, of course, if any of your friends have, any specialty needs for armor and armaments or other little things, and you happen to be busy or whatever, just send them my way. Of course, if they need any of the other things, and again, she kind of like side eyes the beaded curtain. It's like if they need any other things, just send them my way. We'll take care of it.
They will probably come here themselves. They have something they need from you. I imagine.
Yes. But otherwise, yeah, I can take care of this. It won't be a problem. I'll send you the designs, say tomorrow. You're not planning on flying back out of town immediately, are you?
No. We're probably gonna be here until spring, so.
Okay. All right. No problem. Then yeah, I'll send you the design mock-up tomorrow, and then after you have a look at that, if you're happy with it, I'll get started, and if you're not, we'll take another crack at it, see if we can't get something that will work well for you. But I am glad though that you guys are back. As much as it has been kind of fun setting up this new business location and watching everybody get settled and whatnot. There's been some question that Trastrom has been kind of floating around that we weren't exactly because and you might want to find Mr. What's his name? Mr. Sirhan. You might want to find him and speak to him because I don't want to say this to make it sound like there's been a problem, because really there has not been. It's actually been a very sort of like laid back, winter. But we've had like a couple of like interactions where somebody gets maybe a little drunk or whatever, and there's been a couple of what you call it, feast fights, some shouting. Nothing terrible. I want to be, nothing terrible. Just some rowdiness, and so there's been some question about like what do we do for like say guards, because at the moment we there are the Colos. Mr. Termite is a very funny man, actually. I rather like him. He's a very funny guy. And whatnot. They're very respectful. Lovely guys.
They do take their job
and then
seriously.
and then there are the
orcs.
The orcs that are refurbishing that old
That's
that old fort
actually
building.
the plan I had in mind. Actually, I was thinking of shifting jobs a bit. I was thinking of having the Colos become more like a transportation service of like they ferry goods back and forth, protecting merchants and their goods and whatnot, and then maybe set up a dedicated actual like military slash police force trained out of the fortress by Betty.
That honestly, I think that would be a good idea, and you should probably and Mr. Sirhan about it, because they've been the ones who have handled these occasional little altercations that have happened, and like they're doing a good job, but there's just some question about like what do we do about like laws and stuff here, because generally we as a community, as we've talked to it, we're holding under the local ordinance of the earldom, so there's that part, but then there's a lot of like very local, unique to place that we have to kind of make some decisions. And while we've got some good ideas on that, everybody's been a little to make any like put anything down in writing, while you guys weren't around, since technically the Kolos are in your employ, and the orcs do have a little bit of a sticky situation when it comes to like
they're I imagine.
Well, oh yes, definitely some reputation stuff, but like also there's really been a lot of like debate about it. Like we had one of the human workers who got into an altercation with another human worker, and they're both from Whitford, and they've got like previous beef with each other. But again, like I said, it's nothing but like some shouting. When one of the orc guys he hear the stuff coming in, and he put stop to altercation, but like he get punched in the face by one of the human guys, and before that can explode into like a brawl, actually, that is when Betty and Sirhan show up, and like they're very intimidating people, and there's always I don't like to, please don't tell her I say this, but like there's also sort of the and she finger quotes where she's like, and there's also the threat of Miss Gloria just sort of lurking slightly behind the houses in the forest, that if anybody get too rowdy, you might get disappeared, sort of thing. So like they calm it down, but like they bring up a good point though. This guy, he bring up a good point that like why the orc are having a jurisdiction as like a guard force, when they are not Imperials. They are I believe most of them obviously kingdom, but I think some of them are also from up north with my people. So yeah, that's a little questionable. Questionable on
well,
like like there's some legality issues, and I think that will need some
ironing out.
we will need to iron out these little things.
Well,
This is a deep conversation for later time.
Well, I mean, I could get some of the discussion started anyway. Where can I find Sirhan? Where's he usually at this time? Just so I could go speak with him about maybe getting that started.
You probably find him over at Miss Gloria's mine camp palisade place. He have like, I'm pretty sure actually I mean, you should know about it. You live here longer than I have. But like, there is greenhouse over there, and he tends to greenhouse when he's not working with the other orcs. I would go look there first. That probably first place to find him. If not there, I would check probably Fort.
All right, that is true. All right, I'll go check there. And then
All right.
Callie bids Oma adieu. I'm saying the name right? I'm not pronouncing it wrong.
It's like almond, but without the "nd" at the end. So it's Alma.
Oma.
Alma.
Tim,
So
Tim... Sorry, go ahead.
yes. No. What do we want?
I was just gonna say, like, as like Callie is leaving, Tim is walking into Alma's shop. Like they pass each other.
It's like that Zoolander meme.
Yes, exactly that. But when Tim gets in Alma's,
bruh.
I'm not your bruh. First thing that Tim does when he gets into Alma's shop is like, Alma, I've come to give you two things. First thing he
I
does,
have come to bargain.
I was
I've
about to
come
make
to
that
bargain. Tim takes 20 platinum pieces and gives them to Alma and goes, "This is payment for the armor that you made for Brick, and
Good.
also
Okay.
potentially a head payment." And he takes out from like his pack. It's an ornate bronze. It's like about the size of a dinner plate. It is a bronze like dipped dish with Jotun writing on the edges. He says, "I was wondering if, I don't know if it would likely take a little more time, and I was hoping to get it to her today, but this is a gift I started working on for Gloria. I was hoping if you could enchant this, where if she places, she smokes. I was hoping that if you like got specifically," and he like takes out an example of one of the blunts that she smokes. He's like, "If something like this gets close to it, if it would automatically light, if ashes were to fall into it, the ashes would be like dissipated or removed, and if you could like enchant somehow the Jotun writing to say like it says with love always, your brobot."
Okay.
Not brobot. There was
your love bot.
Lovebot was the other one. I wrote down the other one.
3,000.
Lovebot tip.
I love you 3,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was sweet.
I may need you to help a little bit with the writing bit, because I don't know Jotun, but
Of course.
that other parts, yeah, I can get that set up. It will take a couple of days, but I don't have any other big projects at the moment, so yeah. Miss Callie was just in here talking about making modifications to some clothing, and that won't take me very long. And as far as enchanting this, yeah, I can give it like an elemental enchantment that do a little bit of fire, that has a very specific target, and she gestures towards the the example blunt. She's like,
Yeah.
I can make it target that sort of thing within range, and maybe do like again a little bit of elemental magic enchantment to like say gently blow out the ashes or whatever. They could work. But yeah, give me like 2 days. I need about like 2 days, but I can get that set up for you. And next time you come in, you help me with the writing bit. We make sure that it is correct. Miss Gloria do know how to read, right?
Yes. I think she's a little bit faltering when it comes to common, but from my knowledge, she does know how to read Jotun quite well.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard her speak Jotun many times.
If only Callie was here, she'd be like, she sent letters before. She's
Yeah.
read Tim's letters. She knows how to read and write, I think.
Yeah, but Alma wouldn't know that. Which Alma, kind of like explains the fact that like she isn't aware of whether or not like
Well, makes sense.
Gloria can read. She's had relatively limited interaction with Gloria, and in those particular interactions, reading's never been a thing that's come up. And when Gloria does speak in common, she is a bit slow about it. So almost just like, like, and it's the feeling that matters, but like, can she read it? Can she read the sweet message that you put on it?
Yes.
But yeah, so Alma, again, like, lets you know, just give her a couple days, she can handle the enchantment. She will need you to check in with her to like make sure the Jotun is correct, because she herself does not know that language. But yeah, she can handle all of those things to get that set up so that Tim can present Gloria with enchanted ashtray to help her with her blunts.
Help her with her fire. She hates fire.
Yeah. But other than that, the one other thing happens pretty quickly upon you guys like arriving is like Torque excuses herself at one point where she's like, "Hey, I gotta go talk to him now about something. I'll catch up with you guys later."
Okay.
And
yeah, Callie gives Torque a book. He's like, "Hey, can you give this to Mr. Badal? I want to see what his reaction will be." And she hands her the rat makeover book.
Yeah, I'll give it to him.
Do you want me to come with you, Torque?
I mean, you can if you want to. I would actually. He just told me, like, I made I gave it Callie, what do you call it when like somebody wants to like make you or have you make something for them? Is it like placing an order or?
Yeah, it's placing an order.
Okay, then yeah, and she kind of like turns back to Rosie and she's like, "Yeah, I before we left, I placed an order with Manau, and he told me that it would only take him like a couple of days. It should be more than ready now. But yeah, sure. I would enjoy the company, Rosie. It's not like anything super private or anything. I just needed Manau to like check something and like to make something for me, and it should be ready. So let's go check on that.
All right. She lets her go about her business, and while Torque does that, June is actually going to or Rosie June also go to Alma's thing, but she's going to be more. She's basically gonna hide and like wait for like everyone else to leave, so I'm gonna do a stealth to see like if like.
Okay. Do I have to do a perception? Is that what's happening here?
No, this would be versus Callie's perception DC.
Oh yeah, that's.
And Tim's.
Well, I mean, Callie went in there with Dr. Trevor's and Mr. Service. Yeah, that passes basically all of them. So.
Yeah. So Callie does not notice Rosie like just slinking in like some alcove slightly out of the way.
I don't know why she's slinking around. It's not like I would judge her if I found out.
She has her reasons. All right, she has her reasons.
She has her reasons, and just to check,
Tim has a 27, so.
Okay. So she.
Yep. All right. So yeah. So
well,
Tim is there. So Tim is there very briefly. Callie is there, slightly longer, but also relatively briefly. But eventually everyone leaves Alma's shop. Alma, who also her perception is not that high. Alma like takes the stuff that she's been given by the other party members. She's basically got a shelf that has like little boxes with each of your names on it, and that's where she's like putting projects and stuff to keep herself organized.
Yeah,
Um,
well, she's not like gonna rob the place or anything. She's just like wanting to make sure that the other party members aren't here when she's
Yeah.
there, and like she'll go up and like not
So
hide,
secret, yeah.
like yeah,
So
like her
secret.
entering like subtly, or like she's just more just like waiting for the other party members to
yeah,
leave.
like
Hmm.
camera is like following Tim. Tim walks out the door. There's the little ring of the bell, that indicate the door opening and closing. Alma turns, organizes stuff, turns back, and then Rosie is just there at the counter. uh, so like Alma
Yeah.
gives like a little start when she sees Rosie, but she's like, oh, Miss Julie, I didn't hear you come in. I'm very glad to see you. I already said this to Mr. Tim and to Miss Callie, but I'm very glad to see you. How are you doing? How was the trip?
She kind of gives like a very like long don't really want to talk about it kind of thing.
I
She'll just
understand.
say,
I understand entirely.
she'll just say, yeah, it was a very long trip, and I'm glad to be back. And I was needing some of your services.
Well, I am
The
at your command.
the other kind of services you offer here. You have. She kind of like, again, like kind of checks over her shoulder, make sure no one else is in the it's like, you do sell contraceptives, right? I assume.
I do indeed sell these things. Eh, come with me into the other office, and like she like reaches over and like brushes aside the
Mhm.
beaded curtain to like
Yeah.
usher June into the slightly smaller secondary room that has all the various paraphernalia, and she does indeed sell contraceptive, which Alma makes note of the fact that she has alchemical contraceptives, which are just literally
Birth control pills.
birth control pills. But then she also has magical contraceptives. If you need something a bit more powerful, she also had if you're willing to go the magical route, essentially Alma has a thing. It is expensive, but she does have a thing that she could give to June that would essentially allow June to choose when she is, fertile or not fertile. It's an on-off button. It's literally an on-off button for fertility. But yeah, if that's a thing that June is concerned about, Alma does actually have something quite literally for that.
How much is that one?
Well, it is a ring, which doesn't require investment, by the way. But it is like full on 100 gold for that kind of enchantment.
And what about the alchemical ones?
The alchemical variety works just like the real world birth control pill. So it would be a like once every 2 or 3 weeks kind of like dosage thing, and she can sell you the dosage for literally like silver piece a pill.
And she kind of leans like, I don't know if it'd be more close to whisper, be like, and these work even let's say like a orc sized partner.
I mean, yes. Are you are you also in market for like some lubrication? Because I've got that. I've got plenty of that.
And she thinks back to a time ago and just nods, and she will also she will gently explain, like being a bit vague about her plan. But
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay. I get you. All right, I understand. Okay, so basically, Alma is like
Aw.
she pulls up, like ye olde KY jelly, and like a dose of do you do you okay, to be more specific, does June want female contraceptive that she takes in order to like not get pregnant, or does she want condoms basically that are capable of large
Handling
size
an arc.
or whatever. Yeah, head like an arc. Like a baby's arm holding an apple.
Oh god, that's an awful one. I hate that one whenever that gets brought up. But yeah, just
classic joke. Okay, but yeah, which is June specifically concerned in, or does she just want to like double up?
she will go with the contraceptives
Okay,
route.
all right. Well then, she
Sorry,
can sell June.
didn't mean to like have.
She can sell June
Okay,
like basically like a year's worth of supply of pills.
Bro, that's a lot
So
of
she could-
contraceptives.
So she could sell June like a year's worth of contract that is just an alchemical thing that June would need to take like once every 2 weeks. So basically, here is 26 pills that you would have to take over the course of a year in order to like, not be concerned about that. And just like with the real world, it's one of those like, so long as you're mostly on schedule, you should be okay.
June's trying real hard not to make that one drawing you did fuzzy canon. the one with Torque and the kid.
But
I mean,
Yeah.
it's more for her, unless torquing it butt pregnant, which I don't think that's a thing.
No,
Well, I mean, that
No,
potion. I mean, that potion that Callie gave her is still floating around. That hasn't been used at all.
Anyway, so
But-
how many silver should I knock off the thing?
Okay, so it'll be 26 silver. It'll be 26 silver for the whole batch. So Alma will take 26 silver and gives June the chemical contraceptive as well as
Mhm.
the additional
Yeah, and-
lube.
And she'll discreetly tuck it away in her pouch, and she'll just kind of like professional nod to Alma, like
Yeah,
and she'll just say, I don't imagine Torque will stop by here. I think she was running an errand, but if
well,
she does,
I have not seen her today.
yeah, if she does, if by some chance she does stop by, please keep it hush hush. It's a surprise for her.
Sure. I will keep this quiet. I have been in this business for a while, Miss Julie. I know how to be
Jesus.
pretty about things. If you need a refill on the pills, obviously, of course, you can come to see me at any point. And I do, if you need, I do have I have unmarked bags and things that I can put them in so that it's, you won't get
the two ends
off
of
with
the
them.
spectrum when it comes to surprises. Oh, that is true, isn't it?
Like
Bro,
wanna
I wasn't
make
planning.
this
I wasn't
huge
planning
thing.
on that, but yeah, I
Bro was
guess.
like, I want to get something special. And the June was like, oh yeah, I also want to get something special, but in like a different means. Fuzzy, I do have to ask, once this is winding down, I do want to actually, before I go speak with Shurhan, I do want to go actually talk to Gakthis and see how the fuck, what was it? It was the infinite. I think it was the bottle that spawns infinite water or whatever, because I think that was the other thing I ordered. I'm still trying to remember, because I might have to go watch the VOD what it is, the couple of things I ordered before we went on that arc, because I completely
Yeah, we
fucking
will
forgot
need
at
we
this point.
will need to check back on that, but
I
give me a
also need
second
to
so I can.
check with Manal about the dragon skull thing that I gave to him and said, "Can you do something with this?"
You gave it a Gakthis.
Okay.
No, with-
So
Not Gakthis, Manal.
Oh yeah, you might want to go check on that then, maybe.
all right. Well, hold on briefly while I find this flask thing, because in D&D it's a decanter of endless water,
It was
and it is also a decanter of endless water in
okay.
Pathfinder. Okay, so decanter of endless water, which is a 7th level item, which the price of which was 320 gold. So it would have had to have been something that was being processed, but it should be done by now. After a full month, it should be more than done.
Oh yeah, it
Um,
would be. I would just have to pay for what's left over, right? Which it's been a
Yes,
month.
that is correct.
And it's what, 1 gold piece off every single day, right?
I believe, yeah. It's let's assume 2 at the moment, because Callie's gone up in her crafting
Yeah.
abilities. So let's assume 2 at the moment. But figure out that price. Otherwise, the decanter of endless water is available, so that it is now an item that can be
Alright.
used by Callie.
Cool. I mean, I was probably gonna give it to the farmers or something like that. Maybe potentially give it to the farmers so they have water for their crops continuously.
Yeah, I mean they are not doing badly as far as irrigation options are concerned here. The river that passes through this area has a lot of little streams and tributaries. It's moving a lot of water, and at the moment, the sheer amount of water that is necessary is way less than what the river otherwise provide. Not to mention there is obviously the large lake, which is kept mostly pretty large predator free, thanks to Jeff the giant fucking turtle. Jeff the turtle.
El Jefe the Coital.
Yeah, El Jefe.
I like
He
turtles.
do be keeping this pond, this large lake fell out
He is pretty cool.
pretty clean and clear. But yeah, so okay, you said you needed to talk to Manal.
Yes.
Yes. So
Oh, yeah. I guess
you
then
head
actually,
over
instead
to
of
the
giving it
swamp.
to Torque, I guess Callie would give the book to actually, I think it would be even funnier is Callie hands Dr. Tremors to Seamus, who has the book, and then is tasked Dr. Tremors to give the book to Manal as a joke.
Dr. Tremors just curls up inside of Seamus's hood, in his robe, and just kind of sits in there with the book while Seamus heads over to the marsh and gets to the walkway that leads out to where House has nested itself. Which, as you're walking up to House there in the marsh, you have another one of those people passing by each other as the door, and out comes Torque, and she's got a little bag in her hands, and she comes out the door and looks down the walkway and sees Seamus coming, and she lifts her hand to give a little salute. She's like, "Hey, I'll see you back at camp later when we're having dinner and everything." And she just walks past you, and the bag's rattling, little glass things are inside of it, clinking together.
PTSD to the fucking heart jar creature thing.
Yeah, like it clinks. It
As
clinks
Dr.
and it
Tremors
rattles.
scurries a bit in the hood.
But
Like,
yeah,
damn,
Dr. Tremors is like,
you old
fuck.
bastard, you were so much work to get.
But yeah, Dr. Tremors is like, fuck. But you go inside Manal's house. Looks like it has been. It is currently in shop mode. So like there's a bunch of like shelves with various things on display, which includes like some of the bits and pieces of previous things that you guys have brought Manal. Like there is there's a thing that he has set up that has a small green, and by small I mean like think like the size of a book, patch of like skin on it, like just like greenish pebbly skin, and it's got like a little and it's got one of those little dry guillotines on it, so that like you could push the skin through and slice.
Sorry, I thought it was funny. Because the say says, frankly, I just wanted to choke the shit out of her. It was funny as fuck to me.
Honk honk.
Okay.
I'm never gonna understand you. I'm never gonna understand you, bro.
Why can't Metroid fall?
And I think that's
Even we've been friends for a long time. I'm
Bryce.
still never going to understand you.
Bro, that's always how it's been, bro. You will never be the inner machinations of his mind are an enigma.
Oh, a little fucking enigma.
Oh shit.
I mean, that is a pretty funny meme. I love how she's just playing the Wii U. Where the fuck is the honk honk coming from?
Oh my god.
I can't
God.
tonight, man.
Bro is sick as fuck, and he's like, bro, I can't laugh at that because it might make me throw up.
Bro, I
No!
already almost
Whoa,
died.
whoa.
I'm about to fucking do it again.
Are you fucking stupid me? Yeah, that is you, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway,
So- anyway.
back to the topic at hand.
So anyway, yeah. So house is in shop mode, and like I was saying, there's a little bit of skin which came from Petunia, the troll hound, that Manao has like a little slicer thing set up that they can just push the skin through, slice off a little bit, make troll's blood alchemical stuff with, and then it just regrows so that they can do it again. But yeah, like there's little trinkets and stuff like that. Manao is behind the counter, like picking his teeth with like a little like chicken bone, and he stands up straight when he sees Seamus come in, and like bites down on the little chicken bone and like looks over at Seamus and says like, "Ah, so you come visit Manao. Manao is glad to see you. How are you doing?"
I'm doing pretty good. I came to visit to see how you're doing. It's been a while. Business been good?
Well, yes, business has been good. Considering that house, has nested itself here in this marsh, you would think that like maybe people not want to come visit Manao and do business, but this is not the case. Plenty of people come visit Manao. I can say that Manao has had only one shouting match with the doctor while you have been gone. So I count that.
Damn, I wish I was there so I could ask what it was about. Callie sitting
but
there
yeah,
watching
it
the
has
argument
been
unfold with popcorn.
it has been otherwise profitable. The stuff that has been transported to the main workshop, brought to me because like occasionally I'm getting these deliveries from the little kobold fellows. They come in and they give me now these stuff, and I'm just like, oh, what now? And then they're like, oh, here's what Miss Kelly won't do, and I'm like, okay, and like that. But like I get a lot of people in here who, the workers, people who move in here. They need sometimes they just need a little bit of help with focus or strength, being alert and awake because like sleep is sometimes difficult. I've had a lot of people come in with aches and pains because of the cold weather, and most of these people I just give alcohol. Some of them I give like, the real shit to help with, because
math for them.
because these people most of the time they come here in good faith. The ones who got real problems, I send them to the doctor. She can handle it. Well, normally she handled it. One time I sent guy over to the dock, and like I figured it, task complete, and I move on to other things, and then all of a sudden I get little warning from house that like very angry little lady is cheat, and so suddenly she bursts into my now house, and house is giving me look like you want me to spit her out. I'm like, nah, let her talk, and she get kind of mouthy with me about giving alcohol to
that's what I thought it was going to be about, honestly.
Well, like I mean, in hindsight, I probably should have realized that he was not asking for himself, he was asking for something for his child, and like I probably should not have given him grain alcohol to 8-year-old.
Oh, well,
But good thing is, Manao is very lucky in this particular case. Manao, thinks blessings. But like, I'll just really have like a tummy afterwards, and but Doc, Miss Button, she not happy about it. She's not happy about it. She come give me her mind on the whole. So since then, I have implemented policy of asking when people come to me if they are asking for themselves or if they're asking for family or something like that, because now there are actually family here.
Why do I
which I guess technically they were family before I was here, but
I feel like while this is happening, Jamal is with Doc Bud, and Doc Button's doing a huge rant about fucking Manao as this conversation is happening with Seamus. Why do I feel like that's happening?
I mean, it's entirely plausible. It's entirely plausible
like,
that
man, he gave alcohol to an 8-year-old. What the fuck, man? He gave alcohol to an 8-year-old. As Jamal's like sitting there, just like, wow, what the hell? What did we miss, bro?
He gave slightly less than rubbing alcohol to be drank by an 8-year-old. Who gave this man a medical license? Nobody.
No, that's great to hear.
But yeah, like anyway. So like little, I admit she had point. Manal do bad in that particular instant, but like otherwise, been pretty good. Miss Torque in here just a minute ago. You probably passed her on that. She told me that you guys have very interesting adventure in excellent. I've never been there before, but Manau has been told stories. That is, a interesting place. Lot of snow, cold,
Very, very cold.
weird, sort of weird, like spiritual bigotry. But like, just strange, different, but not like bad. Anyway, so you have come to Manau. What can Manau do for you?
You remember? I believe, and this is out of character. This was like what, how many months ago, or like
a
a
singular
month?
Well, actually, no. It was
Yeah, well,
probably it was 2 months.
You guys
ago,
were
right?
gone for you guys were gone for a month, and then previous to that, you guys had spent roughly a month in town as downtime before like the previous adventure.
So you would say roughly 2 months.
Yeah, it's been roughly 2 months since the end of the last adventure.
Alrighty. About 2 months, give or take, days or some change. I came in with the skull and vertebrae of a dragon, and I just want to know if there was like anything that you found or you've done anything creative with it.
Well, Manau can tell you there is many things. There is many things that you can do with Dragonbone. Dragonbone can be hardened, like it is already much denser and harder than like human bone, which is itself harder and much less flexible than the framework that make up your body. But with a little bit of chemical treatment, it can be made tougher than stone, like tempered steel, even. So, basically, I take some shavings, mostly from the vertebrae, because it can be used in a powder as an ingredient for a lot of things. But the big piece, the skull piece, the big skull bit, that I took out a couple of teeth to use for a few things, because there are a couple of specialty items that now can use to make special that call for dragon teeth. But the skull mostly still intact, and it still have its big old horn on it. But I did go ahead and reinforce it, so it won't crumble to dust on you anytime soon. Now, if you want it to be, say, make into a weapon or something, you could probably take that over to Massey, and Massey could cut and sharpen and do all of that sort of stuff. He have all of the tool and know how. And then if you want that further enchanted, obviously, of course, you take that to Oma Lady, or your very own daughter. She can make enchantment to it. So you have a material here that can be made into pretty much anything that you normally would make metal. If you want to be really, really bougie, have it made into nails, and then have something built with that, and you can be like, yeah, I'm so badass of Magus. My house has dragon nails. Now, I think that would be waste of material, to be perfectly honest. But hey, you're the one that killed dragon, so you're the one who make the decision. But otherwise, like I say, he's done. You want it now? I give it to you. Heavy, it bulky as shit, but like, Manao is ready to get it out of Manao's shop.
Yeah, I'll take it off your hands, and then I'll see if I can get it fashioned into some other materials that can definitely be used for you or anybody else.
Yeah, thank you. But since you are here, and you are such a very good customer, is there anything else Manao can interest you in? Any sort of alchemical items, potions,
he
you
says
know?
this, Dr. Tremors wakes up in Seamus's hood, like crawls down his side, and then just like says in Cowie's voice, "Fuck, book," and then hands Manao the book of rat makeup to him.
Oh. Like Manao like looks down at like Dr. Tremors and is like, "Did you write that book?"
Fuck. That's his response. Just fuck.
Wow. I did not know he could read. All right.
You're
Manao,
telling me.
And then he scurries,
Manao is extremely impressed.
and then he scurries back up to Seamus's leg, and then goes back to hiding and sleeping inside his hood.
He probably like Seamus has like his third arm just kind of like in like a cradle position, and he's just like holding Mr. Dr. Tremors like that.
Yeah, it's just like
under
thrown
his head.
it's just like third armed casually around Seamus's own shoulders to provide support for the rat in the back of his hood. But yeah, like he looks at the book and he's like, well, I will. Wait a second. Manao barely speak English. Does Manao know language? Okay. All right. Very eatable. Okay. Listen, when you see your daughter again, when you see Miss Callie, tell her Manao say that like Manao say her rat have very good handwriting. Wow, is this an entire book on the rat propaganda? What the fuck? Okay, all right. You know, Manao was impressed before, but now Manao is a little scared.
A little scared.
A little scared.
When the print goes too far.
The rat has written up a rat propaganda.
Damn, bro, I can't believe the fucking rat wrote us up a manifesto, bro. Like, shit.
The rat really did say, "Don't come to school tomorrow, bro." But yeah, Manal looks over that, and it's just like, oh, this is wow. This is a whole. There's a whole narrative in here. I will have to give that a good looky-loo later. But back to purchase, sale. You know the rules. Manal does not raise the dead. So, besides that, what can Manal do you for?
What do you got in the shop that you think I might be interested in?
Let's see. Manal is going to open up his like freaking list of shit that he's got going on at the moment. Hold on.
That's literally what it's called.
yeah, his list of shit that he's got going on at the moment. Okay, here's a question. Would you be more interested in specifically potions, or are you looking for some other kind of alchemical hootenanny?
Let's hear the other alchemical hootenanny.
All right. All right. Let's go over to the weird shit.
Let's go.
All right. Let's see the weird shit.
The weird shit aisle right next
Bro, did
to
you really
the baking goods.
reply to what he said with an eggplant?
No.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Cotton.
Oh, you son-
Cotton 4K, bro.
Oh, you son of a.
No, I didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
All right. Okay.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Manal has one thing that might be possibly useful to you. That could be kind of funny. He says that he's been because so many people keep coming to him for things that are, pestering because of the environment, because it's cold right now and all that sort of stuff. He's been wondering on how he can how he can basically give people potions for them to take when it bothers them, like when it actually happens, because most of the time he's dealing with, by the time they come to him, the thing that's causing it has long passed. So what he's developed is basically potion in a sponge, and then putting the sponge inside of a band-aid. So what this is he's calling it a patch, and it's like a medical patch that you can stick to yourself, and it basically holds a potion in it. So you decide what potion you want, and then he can set that up into the sponge, and then it's just attached to you. So whenever something happens that you would want to have that potion like activated for, you can just press on the patch and it basically just injects it directly into your system.
Oh, that's so sick, though.
That is pretty cool, actually.
So he's got those, and that is you just, tell him what kind of potion you want to put in it. But he can sell you a patch, and the patch is an object that, like, once you use it, once you've squirted the potion out of it, obviously you take the potion, and it's a one-time thing. It can only hold one potion at a time, but it is reusable. So after you've used it, you can apply a new potion to it, and it becomes stored, ready to be used at a moment's notice.
That's so cool.
Ooh.
The cool thing about it is that it does save you an actual literal action, like
it's
in
a
combat.
free action?
Well, no, it's not a free action to use it. It means you don't have to use an action to get the potion. Because usually getting the potion is an action and drinking the potion is a second action. This one just eliminates the getting the potion part.
Oh, you just smack it.
Oh, so it turns a two-action thing into a one-action thing?
Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then that actually is pretty good then.
He does sell them, and he's gotten several orders for. He's got them in two sizes, and what this really means is one of them can hold potions, but there's a cap on on high level the potion can be that it holds, and then he's got the bigger version which can hold a higher cap level of potion. It's still just a single potion. It's just it can hold a more powerful. And he hasn't sold any of the bigger ones because those are expensive. But the smaller ones, he sold a couple of those to some guys in town. So since he's already made essentially a load of profit off of that, he's made a few more of the smaller ones because the smaller ones are still extraordinarily useful. The smaller one is 20 gold for the patch itself, and it can contain a potion that is up to 10th level.
Oh, dude,
Oh.
that is so good. Actually, what the fuck? That's like all of Callie's potions. It's just in a single fucking thing, bro. God damn it! I want to buy a patch now, but I'm not here. Fuck.
Hold
Not
on, because
Not at the moment.
as Seamus is hearing this out, he's thinking to himself, "Man, Callie would really like this." You know what, Manal? I'll take 2.
All right, I'll put down 2 of them. Do you want me to prep them with a particular potion?
Not at the moment, no. But when we come up with an idea or something like that, we'll definitely hit you up again.
Certainly. I also have, for your convenience, written on back how to absorb potion into it. So you give it to your daughter, she'll be able to insert potion if you need to do it, say in middle of adventure or something.
All right, cool. Thank you so much, Manal.
No, it's a good thing. That will be for the gold.
Oh, absolutely.
So, patches. Very useful. You say you pass on potions at the moment. You want anything else?
I think that'll be all for the time being.
Okay. I do have one thing, though. You might... I know that your daughter, she liked to make the bomb and stuff. Manao was doing some trading with one of the other traveling merchants come by while you were gone, and there may have been some alcohol involved. There may be a game of poker, but I come across something, and I win it in poker game, and I don't have particular use, but for a small fee, I can pass it to you.
Sure, why not?
So, I have this. Now, it does not look very impressive. Go ahead and tell you that. And Manao takes out a little box, and we're talking like the size of a matchbox. And like he pushes open the matchbox, and inside the matchbox there's a little bit of like cotton to give it some cushioning. But in the middle of that cotton, there is a dull red, like glass marble. But even like as you're looking at it, it's like its contents kind of slowly shift around on the inside of it. And he closes it back up and puts the box like there on the counter in between the two of you. And he's like, so that thing, it is grenade. It is bomb. I do not know process on how it is made, and trust me, I poked at it a lot trying to figure it out. So it's not really my kind of thing, It's not. It is not a chemical science like Manao normally do. It's some kind of magic, but this thing, it's
Can't believe this guy
very
slammed
fragile.
some shit down on the table and was like, "Hey yo, this is a bomb."
Hey-o, this is a bomb, and it is a bomb. This marble, this thing is roughly the size of a blueberry, like a fully fleshed out blueberry. And what he tells you is that he is like 99% certain that what is on the inside of that sphere is molten lava.
Ayo?
And
Ayo?
and if you throw it, then it will break, and lava will come out of it, and there will be suddenly lava in that location. Manao says that that according to the trader that he got it from, that he said that the trader that he got it from said that the trader that he got it from, like going back several steps, that this is supposedly a is supposedly a is lava that comes from Mount Tyring. This is lava from the bleak winter.
What the fuck, dude?
So
That shit's wild.
what this is literally a lava bomb. And if you throw it, it rapidly heats up, and then when you hurl it, it basically detonates like a fireball where you drop it. And if you do so, it will. There's a saving throw that's involved, but it does 6 fire damage.
It does what? How much damage? I know.
9 d6 fire damage. There is a the saving throw DC for it is a DC 27.
27. Oh my. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good actually.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
yo.
definitely think Callie would really get a kick out of this.
You just hear like a evil chuckle from somewhere that's not in the
I wonder
room.
where that's coming from.
But the other thing is that Seamus, you know, like when he passes this over so that Seamus can get like a good clean look at it. Yes, it is magic that is encasing this lava. It is specifically time magic that is encasing this lava.
Time magic?
I know
Yeah.
why it's so fascinating.
So the lava inside of this bubble is currently experiencing the flow of time at 10,000th of the speed that you are. So for every second that goes by for you, 1/10,000th of a second goes by for the lava. So it's basically fresh and will continue to be fresh for basically the length of the considerable time until it is otherwise released.
The fact that but it's sealed in that magic makes me think I want to make sure to do shit like that.
You know
like
what?
this
Yeah.
this is a thing that technically you learn enough chronomancy, you can do this.
Oh, dude, that is cool.
But
So
yeah.
that means there's another chronomancer somewhere.
Yes,
it's like,
yes, there
it's
is.
Like, it's like fifth removed though. He got it from a trader, who got it from that trader, who got it from that trader, who got it from that trader.
Yeah, and it comes from,
So on and so
and
forth.
he says that this is lava from the blue. If Seamus would like to make a history check,
Oh,
he can.
Would that be under society or something, or?
so sorry.
Yeah, let's do society.
We
Damn,
live
I only
in
have
one.
a 3. I mean, could I do underworld, like see if it's like forbidden or something, or?
Actually, you know what? Yeah, do an underworld. Do underworld.
Sick.
Let's see. Let's use that knowledge. Yes, there we go.
Ooh, that's really
Okay.
good.
All right. Okay, so the bleak winter. The reason that your underworld knowledge would like key for this is that the bleak winter was a famine that happened about 8 or 9 years ago. So roughly at the same time that the secession war was ending was when this famine happened. And let me move us to the world map real quick.
You know shit's real when he has
Alright.
to move us to the world map.
Okay, so you guys are very roughly speaking, here near Harham. The secession war happened down here in the
Marches.
near the edge of the Mintmark, where the secession war happened. That's where Rosie experienced the horrors and all that.
And Jamal
Over-
too.
PTSD.
Yeah, and Jamal. Over here is where Oda is from, in Gazwa's throat, and up here is where you have Mount Tyring. Mount Tyring is on the border between the Kingdom of Thorns and this little section of the Empire. The other town that you guys have been mentioned, that has been mentioned before up here, is Macker, which has something to do with Viva Machina. It's also located up here. But this section right here, this is where the volcano's at. Mount Tyrion blew its top, and did so right at the beginning of like the planting season part of the year. So the ash and everything coated the ground and fucked with the local weather system and all that stuff really horrifically. And it caused the growing season to be extremely stunted. And this area is basically the breadbasket of the empire. So it caused a famine and whatnot. So that's what the bleak winter was, is that there was a winter where that it was extended beyond its normal range because of the volcano, which then caused, like a cascade of events that led to like a starvation event. So that happened in that region. And this lava comes from the day that the volcano blew its top. So as far as this lava is concerned, less than a second has passed since it exploded out of the ground. Yeah, so this shit fresh. And the item is specifically called frozen lava. Just FYI.
The item's called frozen lava.
Yeah, the item itself is frozen lava. It is the level 9 version.
Oh, it's the level 9.
Yes, the level 9 version.
Theoretically could craft this.
Seamus would, while looking at it and just figuring out that it's in hyper compressed time, Seamus would ask Manao, if you ever see your buddies that you play cards with again, ask them if they know anybody who was able to compress this little magma ball for me, please.
It's the chaos guy that we fought. He's just there, beat the fuck up in like a little fucking compressed ball. Like, yeah, I did that.
And to sweeten the deal for Manao, I'm gonna toss him 3 platinum pieces.
You know what? Yeah.
Manao will keep that very in mind. And he flips around one of the platinum pieces and then like chomps down on it like with his teeth, and he's like, that's the good stuff. Manao will keep an ear out on these things. Do you want Manao to keep an eye out on anything else? I get a lot of trade peoples in here. Since this may be March, but I am closest to road, so I get a lot of trader in here. Anything else you want Manao to keep an eye out for?
Oh fuck, I'm trying to think. There'd be actually some. Maybe. Probably not. I mean, I would like to implant something like with Viva Machina, but that would be too specific, wouldn't it? Like, keep an eye out for trade with automatons or something like that, wouldn't it? I guess just any black market dealings, I guess, would be, keep the ear to the ground.
Yeah, I would say, Seamus would be like, if you notice anything, happening on the, going on in the underworld, as he talks about, like, the underworld crime and anything of the sort. If you get, like, an earful of that, let us know.
All right. Manao will keep you informed. Anything coming our way. But if you need anything else, obviously, of course, you know where to find Manao. Manao will see you sometime later.
Alrighty, thank you very much for all your support, Manao.
No problem at all. Hey, do you want to take Dragon Skull yourself now, or you want Manao, like, maybe have House, like, launch it somewhere for you?
You know what? I'll take the dragon skull with me.
All right. And then he double snaps his fingers, and the room just rearranges itself, absorbing the various like shelves and items and whatnot, and it wraps around until it folds back out again. And then there's just a dragon skull, a polished, clean, horned dragon skull sitting there for Seamus to like awkwardly take in like both of his hands and, shuffle out the door with.
Dr. Tremors like wakes up for a second, is like, fuck, and then tries helping Seamus move the dragon skull.
Dr. Tremors is no help.
I
Zero
mean, I
in this
imagine he
situation.
wouldn't. Honestly, it'd probably be like that. What the fuck, goddamn, show is it? The one where like the character's holding on and they get dragged along or whatever. It's like, I think it was a Courage episode where he was getting dragged along while trying to carry something.
I think it would be funny if like later on, like we cut to another scene and there's Seamus and Dr. Tremors like trying to get the dragon skull around a corner in some other building.
It's the scene from Family Guy. Tilt it. No, not that way.
It's the fucking Star Wars special where he's just. Yeah, and then he couldn't get the fucking he couldn't get the couch in the Millennium Falcon, so he was just like, yeah, just take off with me outside. And he was in space holding onto this fucking couch, bro.
Why did he need that couch?
Dude, that shit was.
It was a nice couch.
Dude, he said the couch was nice, but that shit was probably like, you know what I mean? That shit was probably like stewing in some fucking shit for like goddamn months.
Pivot. But yeah.
One, two, three. Okay.
But yeah, so
Look at
you get the materials, and you head out and return back to base and everything, and whatnot. So like towards as this first day is like beginning to wind with you guys back at base, like the party and everybody like gathers back at Gloria's like the original camp and whatnot, where Gloria has she's recently like clonked a couple of deers and has venison prepared and on the grill. Sirhan's been tending to the like vegetables and whatnot in the greenhouse and all that sort of jazz.
Yeah, we'll call them vegetables, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's the actual vegetables, but then there's also the other greens.
And then you have the stuff in the back that's got like a tarp over it,
Yeah. Then there's the hydroponic section in the back. But yeah, so people like start gathering. For like the first dinner, when you guys back, multiple of the various original like homestead folk and whatnot do swing by at some point to be like, oh hey, you guys are back, cool. At some point we need to like talk because there are various things that are going on with town, yada yada yada. The whole thing that they're trying to keep you guys in the loop of like this community is growing and it wouldn't happen without you, so we want to make sure that you're all included with that. Notably, as things are like really coming together, like Doc Button comes by and like she's got like a casserole that she like fucking made, so like she's got casserole for you guys and
God damn it, sorry, there's a fucking
all that other
bug. Hold on, I gotta get it.
The bug. Get him.
I don't know if I got it. It crawled behind the poster, god damn it. I think I got it, don't worry. I
You
don't
got it?
know if I got it. I think I got it. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. So, anyways, like I said,
Damn,
Doc
bro, that looks really
shows up.
good, Jay.
Um,
It looks really good. Is that...
That's cool.
I love the Jamal fucking silhouette in the background.
But yeah, Doc Button shows up and just like, hey, I brought casserole for everybody, and just I wanted to check in and see how y'all were doing. And Jamal is back, right? He's with you guys? It's like I got something for him.
I thought he was with you, Callie.
Well, I mean, he
says.
was. He was, but then like he told me he had some stuff that like had to like take care of.
Oh shit.
But and I
Like
totally,
Jamal-
I
like-
totally.
And when Jamal come back, and when Jamal kind of show back, oh, okay, sorry that I'm late. I know we were having dinner and stuff, but I'm here.
Oh, okay, good. Look, when you came by earlier, I meant to tell you this, but like I totally blanked on it while we were like having mimosas. But there was a mail delivery service came by, and there was a note for you, and so like I've had it this entire time, and I completely blanked on it, but I brought it with me.
Like, I was not expecting mail. But
Yeah, I was taken a
Okay.
little aback by it too. But like the mail service guy, when, because like Dan handles a lot of the like mail. Really, this one was more like a courier, sort of like specialty mail. And she pulls out like basically like a big manila folder, kind of like envelope. And it very clearly has in both common and in the like Shuni script dialect, it has like Jamal's name like written on it. And she passes that over to some courier guy. He did have like an official naval tag on him, so he was probably military bound. So
I was like, Jamal jokingly says like, I hope they're not drafting me again.
well, I don't think they can, Jamal. Like,
He's like,
no
"Sweet, I
offense.
know."
No offense, but like you're a bit old for that.
I said, sweetie, I know.
So yeah. Anyway, but I brought that with that, and of course I brought casserole for the rest of y'all. I got a fresh shipment of fish in from Harham just a couple of days ago, and so I figured I would make fish bake. Like we used to make back home. So hopefully no one is allergic to fish, but like it's got fish, it's got some clams, it's got some scallions, that kind of thing. There is onions, peppers, and like a load of like farm cheese in here. I got some of that from the Green Hills, as well as some bacon. So like this should be like savoring good. I had a little nibble before I was like finishing up. Shit's good. It is. Just don't try to eat the whole thing, like any one of you, or else it will probably give you a heart attack.
A heart attack? What did you coat this shit in? Like, what?
The amount of fat that's in this thing is impressive, honestly.
She put guava ghoul in there.
Yeah,
Bro,
Hey, damn, bro.
But
I didn't know she fucking coated the damn thing in meth, bro. There was meth in the goddamn thing.
Hey, let me tell you, the halflings, they invented MSG.
Bro, it's so much MSG, it'll stop your heart.
But yeah, she's brought fucking seafood casserole, and as just like a halfling dish, to just share with the party and listen to the stories of what happened while you guys were gone, sort of jazz. So they're there, Gloria is there, Sirhan is there, all of the like named NPC people
Get a chance
are.
to talk to Sirhan and wait. So Betty's there too. I gotta talk to both of them, I guess.
Betty is not there.
Damn it.
According to Sirhan, Betty is currently with the other orcs at the fort. They've actually made a lot of progress as far as like refurbishing the fort and everything, but she's, due to some recent events, she has been sticking around up there, and he's been going up there every day to help out and all that sort of stuff. But he is kind of he's kind of comfortable living, like his little bachelor pad here in the back of the greenhouse is kind of comfortable at this point, and so
well, it might soon grow, maybe. I don't know. I'm not one to speak. I'm not in a relationship. I'm probably the only one here who's not in a relationship. That's in character, by the way.
I don't know about that, Callie, but
what do you mean that you don't know by that?
Well, I mean, I don't know about that, Callie. Speaking personally, I wouldn't really say that I'm in a relationship like that. I work a lot with Betty. I respect her, and she's done a great job with these other guys. The other orcs that are part of her like crew. She's done a great job with training, and that's kind of something actually that's sort of like come up recently. And now that y'all are all back, I'm thinking about it. It is actually something that we probably do need.
Well, that is why I'm here. I was gonna discuss this with you, actually. I had questions. I had things I wanted to ask.
All right. Well, then let's do it over dinner then. So, dinner is served. Everybody is there. So, everybody can like comment and, bring attention to anything that they want to do. And there's a lot of like, small talk amongst the crowd. But as far as like Sirhan specifically is concerned, Sirhan tells you guys that there have been a couple of incidences while you were gone that basically he and Betty or the orcs or the Kolos have had to like step in and to like break up, fights before they got like really bad, or if there were disagreements going on and whatnot. And for the most part, this has worked out pretty fine. However, it's been brought up at least twice now that technically speaking, the orcs are a foreign occupying force, and while they're definitely not the bandits, everything that the group that he was initially, there are people here who remember that and are a little sensitive about that particular topic. And secondly, he personally does not want to see, that situation just rear its ugly head again. He wants to avoid the cause. So one of the things that he's actually very glad that you guys are back, and would like to involve Betty in this discussion again at some point relatively soon, is we do need to we need to figure out how we're going to do like policing, guarding, that kind of thing. And also, I really want to focus on making sure that the guys at the fort get really integrated in with everybody. They're not just simply, peacekeepers.
True.
They're not an othered force. Is really what I want to be. I want them to be community.
Okay. Want them
and
taking part in the community and everything. That is, I understand.
Yeah,
that.
And that's something that Betty also supports. So that's a thing that me and her have been kind of working towards, but we didn't want to make any big influencing decisions now, before you guys got back. So I'm very glad that y'all are back and kind of hash out some of those details. But yeah, that's basically really the big thing on my part is I want to make sure that those guys get truly integrated into the community. The fort is working out really great right now for room and board, as well as giving us a community area. But a couple of guys have already asked about since we're helping out with building houses for the folks who have moved here. What about building houses for these guys? And I agree that we should do that. So
True.
I think we're gonna have to do some land surveying and planning, that kind of stuff. And I have talked to Kadlaka since you guys were gone.
Understandable.
Me and Betty both went over to her Grove area so that she was aware that the new orcs that have moved in are not the same as the previous guys, myself notwithstanding. And she was Kadlaka was pretty understanding about the whole thing. She just wanted to make sure that we didn't overtax the environment around here for long-term stuff. And I don't think we're gonna do that, but
well, I
mean,
no, my plan was to replant the tree, have a lumber kind of thing going where we, as we cut down the trees, we replant them as well, so that we don't run out of tree room, right? We still have trees growing and being planted as we cut them down.
Oh yeah. I mean, sure, this place is growing fast, and we are going to need a lot of wood. But yeah, I think we can do this in a way that isn't going to piss off the nature. And and he kind of looks over at Gloria, and he's obviously, if Kadlaka can do a lot of stuff on her own, but if she really needs to pass a message or enforce anything, she's got Gloria's ear. She's got Gloria's ear, and Gloria's throwing. So,
yeah, true.
Yeah, I think everything will work out. I think we do it. I think we can.
Another thing
thread
I
this
was
needle.
thinking about was maybe integrating training of some sort, integrating some of the people that might want to become guards and whatnot, so that there was some integration as well. Just so that not a majority of the guards are just orcs from a different land, but maybe local people, or maybe people that were hired, right? Get trained and become guards, learn the ropes, and then we have a dedicated guard service that isn't primarily just people from a different land. That was another thing I was thinking about, because I imagine Betty is really good at trading. We've seen how she has disciplined the orcs, and I see that she has taught them well, and that would be really good to have her be quartermaster or something for training new guards.
I mean, yeah, that would be probably a good thing to do. I really haven't asked Betty if you know, that's what she sees herself doing. You know, like does she want to like dedicate time to being a, you know, a trainer for that?
I mean, whatever she's comfortable with, I am okay with discussing
yeah,
it.
yeah. I mean,
Discussing
yeah.
matter.
I think we just kind of need to ask,
back
really,
and forth.
you know, what she wants to do.
Yeah, I am okay with compromising.
She's definitely skilled at it.
She is.
Is that what she wants to? We'll need to ask.
I mean, yeah, it's all about figuring out what would be right for everyone. I mean, as I've told Oma, I was thinking of switching up the jobs a bit. Have obviously, like, you know, rearrange the guard service with the orcs and whatnot, as well as integrate them, while also maybe switching the job prospects of the Kolos to be more of a protection service for potential merchants and back and forth trading as we begin to build highways and other such things to other cities and whatnot.
All right. Yeah, I mean that sounds like that would be a good idea. That'd be a good bet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We'll figure that out. That sounds like a good idea. But yeah. So anyway, Sirhan is, you know, pretty positive on like how this can get turned out, and all that sort of stuff. Gloria, for her part, is perfectly happy with like figuring out a security setup for the area. She's perfectly fine to continue wandering around and just being a threat to anything that, like, you know, friggin' pokes its head up and wants to be any kind of vague trouble. As far as her report to you guys is concerned, she has not seen or really come across anything that she would consider problematic, you know, in the area. The amount of banditry has dropped significantly, because she has come across some people out in the woods who don't live here, but she's only come across them one time, and then they were gone again. And according to be backed up by Sirhan, according to reports from just the traveling like traders and whatnot, the amount of just highway banditry in the area has significantly reduced with the establishment of Casm.
Well, that is very helpful in getting direction. We just need to establish some roads. Here.
Yeah, it will need better roads. Need to do like some civil planning, you know, like that sort of aspect. But like generally speaking, the area of influence that Casimir has grown and is already having a calming effect on the general wildness of the area. So yeah, it's basically it's good news pretty much all around like that, and whatnot. After Gloria has given, you know, essentially her report, she like passes big friggin' carving knives over to Tim, and the two of them start cutting up venison for like plating and all that sort of stuff, so everybody can get fed. But we are here at about 10:30 p.m., our usual stopping time. So this is roughly where we're going to call it. However, I do want to ask, Jay, do you want Jamal to open that letter now or wait on it?
I'm like, I probably would ask the party, do y'all want Jamal to open the letter now or wait till next time?
Bro, dog, open the damn letter, bro. Bro,
It's like,
just
okay,
sit there
okay.
Don't sit there and sniff the paper and figure out which goddamn country it probably came from. Fucking read the letter, bro.
Jamal sniffing it like, ooh, what's that smell like? Ooh,
Bro,
yay.
that smells like some palm from the tropics of fucking whatever.
It's
You
okay.
know?
It was okay. It was okay. I'll probably say probably after dinner, Jamal. Who and Jamal and like sit next to each other, and he just like, he said, "Well, I think I'm full for tonight. Do curious about this letter though." No,
I'm interested to see what it's about, because like the courier, he had naval markings on him, but the letter doesn't, and they usually put like a stamp on it. This has just got your name on it.
The courier from Fallout New Vegas.
it was like Jamal. It was like Jamal uses his no.
Dude, if it
Jamal
was the
uses his
courier
no
from
boost.
Fallout, we'd all be screwed.
So Jamal uses nose, and I am going to
Shit's
what,
got like...
perception. It will be perception, right?
Yes.
Doesn't he have to do it twice for his sniffer ability?
Like Jamal smells it. It's strangely familiar, but not where he can
It's-
really think about it.
There's something deep in your memory that is like pinging with that smell. I've smelled this before, but it was been a while.
I've
been
smelled
a
this
long time.
before.
I've smelt this smell before. In a
The
dream,
smell.
it came to me, a
It's-
vision.
It's
Smelly
a
smell
this
that
smell.
smells.
It's a smell. It's a
It's a
smelly
smell.
smell.
Smelly smell.
It's a
It's
smell.
a smelly
I
smell.
heard that. Citrus.
It's a good
So
one,
I would
bro.
say, but Jamal, it was like Jamal, stop questioning the smell and then just use one of his claws to open the mail. Open the
Like a sassy bitch.
All right.
mail.
You open this big envelope,
I mean, it's
and
convenient, isn't it? He doesn't need a letter opener.
and inside there are several sheets of paper which all have some, neat handwriting on them. That is in Shuni. It is all written in Shuni. There is, in addition to the letter sheets, there is a bundle of hair and like fur clippings and stuff like that has been very neatly like folded together, braided up, and then like tied, so it's like like a little talisman kind of like thing. And when you open it up, and you get like a good strong whiff of it, like you're just getting this feeling of like home and like a time like before the bloodlust and the horror war and being in the trenches, being that tunnel runner that you have been called more than a few times, just kind of come flooding back to you. And on the first page, you're like flipping it around, like at the very top of the first page, it says in Shuni, "Dear Dad."
Jamal reads that, and then his brain, everybody noticed Jamal like kind of like almost like he is short circuits, like he's almost in like a cold sweat.
Callie scooches uncomfortably close to Jamal. Is like, yeah, no, I can't read a damn word in this thing, but
Yeah, Callie looks at it and just says, "Bark, bark, 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 schnurf, schnurf, bark, bark, schnurf, schnurf, bark, 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 schnurf, tail wag, bark, schnurf."
It was like, oof. Jamal, like, can you stop? It was like Jamal, take a second. Yeah, he probably literally says it in Shruti.
I'm sorry. I was just you weren't saying anything. You went cold statue for a second, bro. I had to see it.
I was like, but Jamal continues reading it, and the more he reads it, like kind of the more you can see his face feel like he's slowly, um, like his soul is leaving his body, but in like a very kind of sad ways.
Callie grabs his soul and is like, "Where you going, bitch?" And then she like puts it back in his body.
Get back in there. Get back in there. But from on the other side of Jamal, Doc, who also doesn't know how to read Shuni, kind of leans over and like, puts her arm around Jamal's shoulders and just gives him kind of like a slight squeeze of just like, whatever it is, whatever it is, it's okay.
What are you laughing at?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, you better send it to me, bitch.
He's like Jamal. He's like, and from just a strange notion of him like reading and go to like the second page of this 5-page letter. Everybody, and it's not even him hiding it. Everybody can literally see Jamal like slowly crying, like starting to cry.
I have to ask: does the daughter seem angered in the note, or is it more like
I'm like Peaches. Peaches seems very. She's disappointed and kind of upset, but just really concerned about what happened to him, like where he have gone, and he been gone for so long, and like to the point where he started crying, and she just discovered his original wife is just died a week ago.
It is unfortunately sad news.
it is the saddest news? Callie,
And and pretty much the whole letter is him reading to this point. His point is he is like Peaches really wanted to see him again, or to at least come back for for at least the funeral or something, even though she pretty much made it a somber note of like she probably knows she probably might not see him, or if this letter probably won't get to him in time, but she at least wishes him for the best wherever he may be.
I have to ask, when is
And
the
I would
funeral?
The funeral, according to the letter, is in a couple months. Apparently, there was some sort of complication that happened that's involved with specifically the way that Jamal's wife passed away. That has caused some slowdown, but it is scheduled for a couple of months. So imagine like probably April or May, somewhere in that area is where they're planning on having the official funeral. And they are having the official funeral in Boston.
I was like, yeah, and Jamal pretty much finished the whole note of Peaches, and she said it said P.S. If you ever do show up, your grandson would love to see you.
I see. Damn.
Grandson.
They'd love for
your grandfather.
Paw to show up. They'd love for Paw to show up.
Callie like tries her best to comfort Jamal. It's like, this is the daughter you used to make like widowwood figures for, right? That daughter, right?
Jamal rubs his eyes, trying to keep his composure, even though he knows kind of already was gone, since he pretty much just cried in front of everybody, like he's in a traumatized state. And he just like, yeah, Callie, yes, I used to do that.
Well, I think after this next mission we plan to do, I think you should go see her. Because, well, it might not be my place because it's your issues, right? But you know, as somebody who's lost both of her parents in like a really tragic way, and I'll never be able to see them again. I think it would mean the world to her if she could see you again. If, you know, because, like, yeah, she might be angry with you. She might be upset about it. There might be a lot of hatred there. But I feel like the love she has, the longing to want to see you again would be, you know, would be, like, way more than any hatred she could have for you.
I let Jamal put his paw on Callie's lap and pat and just said, "Thank you, Miss Callie." But I just would never thought.
I don't want to interrupt this, Jamal, but I had a bad thing happen between me and some family a long time ago, and we're very distant from each other now, and like I walked a long way after that, and I never really got the opportunity to tell them that I was sorry for that and to, you know, have some closure with it. So I don't know about you, but my advice is if you can get closure with family, it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I second that. So many things unsaid, unspoken. You know, that shit just kind of racks around in your brain for the longest time. Like something, like an itch that you can't scratch. Just never leaving you, really.
Look, Jamal had his moment, and I'm gonna get on character a little bit. Bear with me with this. Jamal Holton, just like all my life, I've been running from trying to get I don't know what, but just an inch of just what I had did for the service, the war, the trenches, everything, just at least get that glimmer of freedom back. But ever since I ran away, I feel like I could never trust myself. And I personally thought when I did leave them, I was that this was probably the better option, but I hate that it took me 10 years just to realize that was a mistake.
It happens. And Doc Button, you know, like squeezes Jamal's shoulders again, and she says, "Hey, like, it's terrible that happened, and it's terrible that you made a mistake, but mistakes are things that you can fix, Jamal. And so don't think that you've run out of time. And even if this even if this woman who has passed away, you can't really say anything to her directly anymore. Her soul is out there and is currently going through whatever it's got to go through. And there are ways to honor that person so that you can show that you care even after that they have passed. But if you need to
it would help put their
if
soul
you need to but your soul specifically, Jamal, in your mind, if you need to that if you just need some extra comfort to find a little bit of ease after getting this letter and everything, which there is a return address on here, you can write back. But like, if you need just a little extra comfort tonight, I've got a huge, like, you know, bed in the like medical room that's got the real thick mattress on it, and I've got extra blankets. So,
Bro, I can't believe Doc Bunt was like, if you're feeling down, you could always spend the night with me.
yeah, she is not saying like, "Hey, I can be your blanket" or anything like that. No,
I get what she
but
means. I get what
Hey
she means.
yo.
Hey, yo.
but yeah,
Hey,
she is offering. She is explicitly though offering Jamal a extra comfortable like place where if he wanted to also just literally be alone, he can be, but it's also physically comfortable and warm and all that sort of thing. And technically she is literally just across the hallway if he decides he doesn't want to be alone. But yeah, so Doc Button just like offers that up to him and points out that there is a return address
Kelly
on the
also
envelope,
brings
so if he wants to
up-
write back, that can also be done.
Yeah. Kelly also points out as well as like the sometimes you don't really know how much you really truly miss somebody or care about somebody until they're gone, right? I mean, sometimes that always just happens with the people you care about the most, right? You never truly understand what you've lost until you lose it completely and you can never get it back. And as somebody who, really wishes and misses their parents every day, I think it would put your daughter's mind at ease, and give her some solace and all of that sadness if you were to write back to her. And maybe finally put all of that family trauma and, all those family problems and issues to rest, truly.
Yeah.
I agree with Doc Button. There is a return address, and I definitely think you should maybe take some time to ruminate over it, think about what you want to write down, what you want to say, and then write back to her. And I think she would appreciate that.
Yeah. You're right. All y'all right. Oh god, I'm over here crying. I'm like a mess.
Hey, it's fine. It's good. And and look, Jamal, you're surrounded by friends, so this is not good news, but you're with good people. You've got good food, and you've got warmth and comfort here and acceptance. So let that wash over you in this moment when you need it, okay? Can you do that for me, hon?
He nods his head and just put his palm into like his face and just shake his head and kind of slowly slowly cries again. And honestly, at that point, I would say we pause it there.
Honestly, probably good.
That sounds.
That sounds like a good spot.
That's a good stop moment. That's a good stop point. So, as usual, everyone, thank you for showing up, putting up with my horse shit. I know that this, session was was very much downtime heavy, and we've gone over. So we spent some time there in the middle, just talking about like what doing for the next arc. But that was conversation that needed to happen, so that I could better plan on what we're jumping into next. My current idea is that the party's going to basically spend the next at least 2 weeks here at Casimir, dealing with the stuff that has happened, setting up more projects that we'll be working on over time while you are gone. And then we will start off the travel. Let me move us on the maps real quick here to which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's not this one. It is.
I do have to ask
this
though,
one.
with that final arc,
Yes,
though,
this
Fuzzy, would we be able to shove in the whole arc of Callie maybe killing the Veiled Masters in between there and now? Actually,
I mean,
building
yeah,
a damn
yeah. I mean,
submarine and going down there and being like, "Ayo, bitches, I'm back."
yeah.
All right, good.
I would be. Um, so, obviously, of course,
That's
again, this map needs to be updated because it says Homestead as opposed to Casimir.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so this is where you guys are going, and the Wild Break portal is the location that Umber had told you guys there was some stuff that has to deal with Lamia history that she would really like for you to pick up some jazz.
I guess we'll pick up some jazz.
There is that, and then over here on the very edge of this map, Witterin is also Torque's hometown.
Where is just for like posterity's sake, where's Boston on this map, or is it just not here? I don't think it is here, is it? Because I think it's really.
I don't think it's here.
We have to go back to
I still
the world
can't
map.
get over that you call it Boston.
That is its actual canonical name. Is the name of the city is Boston, but it is located on the northern shore of this large island here that's in the Central Sea. So,
well, we got a flying vessel, so
yeah. So you're here. The thing that you're going to get for Umber is over here. Boston is over here, and then Umber's actual like territory that she controls is over here.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, it's a hop and a skip away. Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah,
but I mean,
it's a bit of a hop and a skip.
She did say 2 months for a reason. I think we should be able to make it. Probably.
So, yeah.
We should mail her a teleportation sigil or something. Just we all teleport there when she makes it.
But yeah, there's multiple things in multiple directions that the party can go in and do stuff. Something that I did also want to like bring up is that since the party will be heading out, or when the party does head, there is also the opportunity to like trade out which NPC companions are coming with you guys. Now, clearly, if you wanted to just stick with Torque and Rusi, you can do that. That's not a problem. I am going to say, though, that Sirhan is busy. He wants to deal with the stuff that's going on here, so he's going to opt out otherwise of going with you guys. But Gloria is available, so if you want to just like
if we take Gloria,
big
Gloria
massive tank.
I mean, Gloria would be helpful, obviously, but then there's also like the whole like storage issues, like where are we gonna put her? Gloria
does come with the unfortunate drawback. Yeah, Gloria does come with the unfortunate drawback. She's a big girl, and so that poses a little bit of a problem. She is, however, extremely acclimated to like cold and high altitude, so she can literally sleep on the deck of the boat with no problem whatsoever. It won't even bother her physically for her to do that. Yeah, so Gloria is available as a potential companion NPC. You've got Torque as a companion NPC. You've got Rusi as a companion NPC. Sirhan is currently going to say no because he's busy. Betty, technically speaking, is available, but she's also going to say no because her and Sirhan are the ones working on that project. Yeah, so since they are otherwise engaged, it's, the usual trio that are available. But I was also going to say that if you wanted me to, I could bump up some of the other NPCs so that they are capable of traveling with you guys and would be useful in or around combat. And the reason that I mention that is because, essentially, you could have, like, say, Doc come along with you, and then that gives y'all another healer that would be traveling with you.
Would be
Uh,
kind of helpful.
so there is that. Of course, also there's the other thing is that
I mean, we
Oda
could-
and her crew
Oh yeah,
may
that's
very well
also-
show up in
that
between,
is
and then like
also-
basically you could
yeah.
just have Oda or Boer or Saffron, come with you guys.
I don't know, but maybe we should save Doc Button for the Jamal arc. I think that might be.
I'll just be honest here.
But like,
I mean,
it might
maybe.
be more interesting to save her for the Jamal arc. I'm just gonna be real with y'all, if that's okay.
Yeah, that might be the best. But
Might be.
but yeah, so it's essentially we can just go ahead and assume that Oda, Boer, Tommy, and Saffron are also going to be available to be switched in or out. I don't mind taking more than 2 NPCs with you. It's just that as far as like on the actual combat map with you, I'm limiting it to 2 NPCs because it's already a lot of work, and I don't want to do more than that. It's perfectly okay to say that they're there.
Fair.
Like, it's okay to say that they're there and that they are handling like mooks, just slightly off camera. And that's what those NPCs are doing. So saying that they're there is fine,
Well,
but
y'all
actually
know who I'm voting
on
for.
the battle map,
Rusio.
with you.
Rusio.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
at
limit it to
that
2.
point, it just becomes like a war game or something like that.
It becomes
Yeah.
an RTS.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
like,
I want. That's
back
why I
to
want
the-
to try to limit it to 2 because 2 is
Okay.
already pushing the limit of what I can handle.
Well,
Um,
understandable. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna obviously still vote for Rusi all the way.
Rusi is a very capable. He has shown himself to be a very
I mean, yeah,
good
he did show
combatant.
how useful he was. Dude, I mean, like, most of the fights he was taking, like, no damage, so, I mean, he is pretty capable, actually.
Yeah, he is a very capable shield. Now, obviously, of course, he is most prone to stick near Callie and to act as a threat deterrent for
Yeah.
Callie. But he's very capable of doing that to
Well,
party.
I mean, though, typically, though, Callie's always in the combat zone anyway, though, so it's not like it's a big deal anyway. With Mr.
Yeah,
Sovas
it's usually
being the tank.
not a huge deal. Usually not a huge deal. But like he can usually get in between people and other incoming damage. So he is a medium armored, like a mediumly armored, reasonable melee DPS dude who has a lot of hit points and a lot of ways to like reduce incoming damage both for himself and anybody standing directly next to him. So you know what his abilities are. You know what Torque's abilities are. They're mostly socially focused, but she can still provide a bonus that affects basically everybody in the party, and she can do it constantly. Not to mention that again, in a social situation, she's right up there with Callie for some extreme fucking numbers that she can pump out. She also does come with bimbo magic.
That is true. That is packaged.
Yeah, she is packing bimbo magic, and then and then Gloria is a just solid tank who, unlike Rusi, she will take hits because her AC is nowhere near like as good as he is, and she does not have damage mitigating stuff, but she has regeneration. So long as she doesn't get outright destroyed or dipped in lava or something, eventually she just comes back.
I always come back.
Yeah. So like,
But we don't want Gloria mulched into a like pile of goop. Yeah,
we don't want
Gloria
that.
thrown into
We don't
a
want
wood
that
chipper.
part.
That would be pretty bad.
Yeah, Gloria also doesn't like getting like her ass creamed like that. Yeah, I know what I just said.
Damn, bro. Okay then.
But what I'm saying though is that she is basically a cinnamon roll ogre, and
True.
that is still very useful because she is huge. She has incredible lifting capacity. And she's also got like Jamal. She has advanced sense of smell. She has various AOE attacks that she can do that does have friend or foe. So she can hurt other people and not the party. And like I said, she does pack regeneration. So even if she is severely damaged, she doesn't eat up nearly as much healing resource because she will just recover on her own. So she is available for that, and obviously you guys know that she's got to pump out absolutely stupid damage. So there is that, but like I was, and then as far as the other team is concerned, Saffron is a just heal bot, but she can also do log, lots and lots of log. Like, do you have a problem? She'll use wood. If that's not going to solve the problem, she'll use more wood. But yeah, so like she is healing. She is also technically a noble, which gives her like social pull and access and stuff. So there is that, and then of course there's Oda. She is just a small tank who also packs magic. She's a small magical tank. So there's that, and then of course like Tommy is just slightly different flavor to Rusi, really, when you get down to it. He's just dry, like muscly Rusi. But and then of course Boer is weird magical stuff and just like can produce all kinds of alchemical food. So if the party wanted to like buff, basically, like Boer is a buff character in that they like will buff everybody by like, hey, here's like fucking chicken and waffles, and by eating chicken and waffles you gain these benefits from eating chicken and waffles, or you can gain these benefits. You'd rather have a sausage biscuit.
Chicken and waffles, bro. Why would you put chicken with waffles, bro? It doesn't even make any fucking sense, dude.
Waffle nachos is the best.
Now we're talking.
Chicken with fries, bro, makes more sense. But chicken and waffles, man, I don't get that. I still don't get that, dude.
That is, I suppose that is technically one drawback of Boer, is that the
They'll
food
make
that
food
they give
you don't like, but it's like
is going to be it'll give you buffs, but it may not be food that you like. So yeah.
Damn it, you French person.
But otherwise, Boer is a witch by class, and has access to like some pretty fantastical magical hootenanny. So something to think about between now and next section.
Oh yeah, definitely think about it.
Tomorrow, I've decided that tomorrow I am going to pull the trigger on like getting the Foundry account fully set up.
Oh Christ,
so
bro. I got
that's what I'll be doing.
40 goddamn inventory items and like 50 different goddamn feats I need to move over. This is gonna be fucking pain in my ass.
Thankfully, most of them are drag and drop. But I got to get it set up so that you can drag and that you can drop. That's my thing, and that is my big task tomorrow. That's what I'm doing. So. All of that said, it is getting late. I want you guys to have a good rest of your night. This was a good final into this chapter. The party has returned home. They've checked in with everybody. There's some bumps along the way here and there, but mostly things are good. Things are looking good for the community that you guys are building. So, bam.
I definitely do want to
good job.
Check in about those the green kobolds as well. I'll probably do that like in between sessions though, just to see how they're doing with the pathfinders and whatnot, and what mission they got sent on, and if they're still doing okay.
Sure. If
they
you,
come
if
back
you guys have
and
any...
they killed somebody, they like they planned an assassination or some shit.
Oops.
Oops.
But yeah,
that dictator's gone.
If anything else comes up, in between now and next week. Anything else that you want to like have your character like doing during the 2 weeks to maybe a month before the party actually heads out? Think of like, oh, I want to get started on this project, or I want to have my character train for this. Those sorts of things. Just let me know in the Discord, and we can take it from there.
There's gonna be I have to actually like I'm gonna have to genuinely think about it because there's like 40 things I could get Callie to do. I definitely there are projects I want Callie to start, but I think the priority should be in those 2 weeks. Callie would probably want to construct, get the automaton creation started, so that like she has those minions around the workshop, obviously, right? Like, and then like probably just before she leaves, task them with the creation of something. I think that would probably be better priority. But then I also just like I'm remembering that like I want Callie to start construction on the submarine in the backyard, the one that she was probably gonna use to kill the Veiled Masters, and I'm just like, oh man, I'm gonna have to think about this one. Those are probably the big two if I had to think about it though, because like anything else could get started at any other time and it would be fine. Because like I said, I did want to say I wanted to get the armor runes started, and I might want to get those finished before the next session so that we have them when the next session.
Callie, have you Serp, have you ever seen Summer Wars?
Summer Wars?
The anime movie Summer Wars.
Oh no, I haven't, but it sounds familiar.
It's basically the Digimon movie with serial numbers filed off.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this looks familiar. Yeah.
The reason that I mention it is towards the end they're having a thing, and they have a need for like power, and they're at like a country house, and then like we don't have enough like electricity for this, and like one of the uncles that's like there for the family, he's a fisherman, and he owns a boat, and since they're near the shore, he has a crane crew pick up the boat and drive it to the estate and then drop it in the pool so that they can use it for power generation, because it's got like generators and everything on it. And I'm imagining that for like Callie. She just like she builds a pool. So she builds a pool so that she can then build a boat that goes underwater in the pool, and then builds a crane to move that to the ocean.
Or at least the lake with the fucking
I mean, yeah, probably build the submarine there and test it, and then attach it to the blimp and fly it to the ocean.
Hey, Sarah, real quick. I was just wondering, you did record the thing today, right?
Yeah, I did. I have the recording.
Okay.
I can send it to you.
Yeah, no rush. I just before I left, I was like, oh wait, shit, I probably should double check. I sorry, I'm like was a little low energy and stuff like that, and feel like
that's
setting up a stream and stuff like that. I was just tired from
birthday stream. Like, what was it, like all day yesterday? Like, you have every right to be tired, so no, it's fine. Yeah,
and I was just I felt bad being a little light on the roleplay thing. Sorry, I believe the one thing I did do was like June, like, hey, can I buy some condoms for my girlfriend? Like,
I mean, it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. So, I mean, you
participated and you added good comedy. So
Yeah, I just I wish I could have. Well, we can always do it more next session. Like like probably June phoning Umber, like, hey, we're gonna do that thing, or just more with the town stuff too. Like she probably would have, because she was very invested on like the kobolds and stuff being traded, right? I don't know. Sorry, I'm just a little tired, but I had a great time. And
that's fine.
About the kobold thing, Callie's trading the kobolds fine.
they have been consistently treated much better here than they have been in any of the other like local municipalities. This has been just win-win for the kobolds here.
I mean, another reason why Callie was crafting the bottle of infinite water, so that everybody in town also had like an infinite source of fresh water as well. So, I mean, there was that part as well, right? Like, you know,
Yeah, which is very important to
Callie's
have.
thinking about the town and the development of the town. Very invested
But,
in the development of the town.
We are officially at an end for session and everything for today. I hope you guys have a great evening. I need to go get something to drink and then like take a whiz. Oh my god. So I am going to do that. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening, and I will talk to all of y'all later on.
Take care.
Take care. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Later.
Good night.
Good
Bye.
night.
Yeah.
Yeah.